Dead. Okay. Let's go. How's everyone doing? Hello, Darius. Hi, Ma, Lave, Hand Sanitizer, Yogger, Necro, Shaft, Darkos, Necon. How are you guys doing? Who has the biggest watch streak today? Why did I start a new Rouge and I had 2 alive characters? Well, both of them were not a Rouge, so I was trying to get one of them back. And also both of them wanted to have a Shroud of False Death again. Then I didn't have anymore, but now I do. We're going to play a little bit. Actually, we have this. That's a pretty good Ophidian Iris. Oh, we got a Whisper here. Ding, ding, ding. Let's do... what are we farming? 75s, apparently. Idol of Doom is supposed to drain your life. That's what it does. But it's not supposed to just insta one-shot you. That's the bug. So we're here protecting you, and your barrier protecting you is fine. Okay, we got one guy for a Rhoda, it seems. Okay, we need 2 more for a Radiance Rhoda. It says he has one, but doesn't have access to T4. I need 2 more for Radiance Rhoda. Oh, sorry. Ascendance, actually. I need a Radiance Rhoda as well at some point, but I'm not sure on what class I should do that. Probably Druid. I guess after Sorcs, it's probably like a lot of Druids on hardcore, I imagine. And they actually need legendary amulets. Sorcs have their Ophidian. Why does a Hydra not spawn every time you click it? Maybe you don't have enough attack speed and you're clicking too fast or something? Okay, looks like there's another guy looking for +1 for Rhoda. Reader. The best place to farm outside is those refinement tributes, closely followed by Itemization strong room sigils. And then a bit behind that somewhere it's just like normal Itemization farming and horde farming. Hello Margin. First one of the day. Also has a perfect aspect. Can Shadowblight or Summon Necro compete this meta? Yeah, Shadowblight is an S tier, and I think Summon Necro is maybe 2? There's like some stuff that I've discovered at least lately that is like pretty good. Summon Necro is definitely strong. Okay, this guy is not adding me. Did he? Maybe. No. I guess they found someone else. 6 luck runes. What are 6 luck runes worth? Not M maybe? You don't understand the patch notes because you don't understand the bug with Jargo Hall. What patch notes? If you want to see the bug with the Jargo Hall, then you just go to any of the Balazan guides. There's a big fat disclaimer right here, which is not all of the bugs, but one of the most important one. Wait. That's a very nice trade. 24 husks for 6 fucking luck runes. I'm doing that. Okay. Okay. That's going to be a very bad deal. This is a very good deal for me. Okay, anyway. I have no idea how to find the fucking hotfixes. So we found this. To line 9. Yeah, okay. So this was already like 2 days ago. Like, what are we talking about with the Jaguar Hall? There's nothing about Jaguar Hall here. I'm getting one guide. Okay. 26. Actually got a clip up here. That's the easiest, fresh, startable build. Need to decide while the game is downloading. No, holy. Hydra Sorc is like really good, like all around from start to finish. Pulverized Druid as well. Evade Spiritborn, I guess. Wanna go fast. I don't feel about undecided peanut circles around you, just one taps you no matter your gear. You can survive it, I think. I'm not sure if it does more or less damage than a Harbinger jump. It's like kind of on a similar level, I think, but you can definitely tank it if you try. The bigger problem is that it is bugged, and when you kill Andariel while the beam is rotating, it will have a visual glitch and still go off after the fight while being invisible. So that's kind of a problem. I mean, this big fat beam on Andariel being a one-shot almost no matter what, I think is fair. So if you get hit by that, then you die, and that's how it should work, I think. But the bug is not cool, for sure. Do you ever miss wudijo from the free? Not that much. I've played wudijo more than any other build in any RPG. And we have like very close stuff here anyway. But at some point it's gonna be a reality, I guess. In D4 as well. And so nice, it's definitely not D tier. Just with a 20 list, he frees a roll. Yeah, we are going to discuss our tier list scaling tomorrow. We have a Maxroll meeting and we're gonna see. I mean, the thing is that the game is very easy right now, so even, you know, D tier builds have no issues completing the content, basically, if you try a bit. It's just that, you know, we also try to show the power gaps between builds, and so something like this Knives ends up in D tier, where it belongs, I guess, if you compare it in terms of, like, you know, the actual performance against other builds. It's just that people think D tier is, like, unplayable, but it's not. And so we will probably try to make that a bit more understandable. Did you see the 170 be clear? I saw the 104 for Matthias. Yeah. Now that we learned how to circumvent a bug that makes us weaker, Rogue is pushing up. Oh no, what you're doing wrong, you can't do any damage as a Rake Spiritborn. Yeah, that can have many possible sources. Build is complicated and very buggy. What I've used the most when talking about D4 is bugs. I mean, to be fair, I've never seen such a buggy game as this, besides maybe Volson. Like, Volson was definitely another level. But Diablo 4 is definitely one of the most buggy messes I've ever played, that's for sure. Last Epoch as well. Yeah, Last Epoch also has its fair share of bugs, but it's not that bad, you know. Stuff generally works the way it says. But in Diablo 4, you can never be sure that something works the way it says. And, you know, if you really want to be sure, you have to, like, literally test everything. And not just that, but you have to test it again every season as well. Because they'd like to bring back old bugs they've already fixed. You know, sometimes 4 times. And counting. It's a feature. Yeah, I can't believe that after 2 years they still have not, like, I don't know, somehow updated their processes and their, like, you know, versioning, and I don't know what the fuck is going wrong. But the fact that they keep bringing back old bugs is insane. And, you know, like, basically half the stuff they introduce as new stuff is also bugs most of the time, so... Hi, J-Rockets. Leave the bugs in so you have stuff to find out every season. Yeah, people are always complaining, man. PTR means everything is figured out in advance. There's no exploration in the season. Well, look at us. Ava is like, hold my beer. What the? You get to test interactions every damn PTR. Yeah, and then they change half the stuff. And then we test it again on live server. And it works completely differently. And we find out like 1,000 more bugs. That's how it works. And so the season cycle continues. Yeah, I probably made this season. I don't know. I heard AI is actually really good at coding these days. What's ironic, bug builds are often the most fun. Yeah, I don't think so. Because you usually have to do like very unintuitive things to abuse those bugs. Like look at the Balazan builds right now, you know? Like who the hell likes playing with Jaguar Hall and Mystic Circles? Like who voluntarily would do that? When you could not. And then I have people in my chat ask me why the hell am I not doing any damage with my Balazan Rake? And then I, you know, like how the hell do I even start explaining that? I can just say, okay, go read the guide because it is explained there. But I can go on like a 30-minute monologue trying to explain it to that one chatter. And likely it will not lead anywhere. And then I have to explain to people, why do others one-shot hit 120 plus bosses from 30% HP when they press Hunter? How do I explain that to someone? Need a YK. I'll actually go for a few days, maybe sometime next weekend or something. Today is the Torchlight season reveal, which starts next Thursday, so I'll be playing that a little bit. probably gonna have most of my builds done by the time that happens. It's also gonna be after the potential Tuesday patch, I guess. We're expecting patch 0.1 on Tuesday. So let's see if they're gonna do anything about Spiritborn and other stuff. I imagine there's gonna be a few buffs in there. So maybe like 1 or 2 builds will come on the list of stuff to play. The experience of an Itemization, it does stack, yeah. But it's just not really that useful. Because most of the experience comes from the pit completion reward, which is not buffed by any of it. Can't believe they haven't buffed Forgotten Wisdom yet. Yeah, maybe they just don't want 9 Dungeons to really be like an XP farming tool in late game. And I think that's okay, because it already does a lot of other stuff. At least for now, but I guess the more they start adding stuff to 9 Dungeons, if like, you know, potential future updates, you know, such as Atlas Passive Tree style system. I mean, there could also be something there where, you know, you could boost the XP from those globes or something, right? And as you already know, Season 10 will be another season of powers. And more importantly, it's gonna be another season of standing in a big circular room and activating a macro to get a lot of Opticite and gem fragments at the end. See, wait, Spiritborn buggy too. No, it's mostly the Jaguar Hall and the Fell Soothsayer aspect. Evade is fine, evade is just good. He suggested they make the circles different shapes. Nice. For the extra variety. Sometimes you have a square room, sometimes you have a diamond shape room. Oh wait, that's just a square but turned. Wait, where did this guy go? He vanished. Oh, 3 out of 4 for the Mythic Rota. Last time we did 5 runs, I got 0. I think. So that was very successful. Okay, one more for our sentence. Let's go. Yeah, the The bug with the Idol of Doom seems to be something Spiritborn related. It seems like it's only Spiritborn dying to that. Okay. Seems like a full. Wait a minute. What happens when someone dies in an Undercity run? Can you finish it? Like in hardcore? Or are you stuck? Trying to test. Yeah, there's a guy, he doesn't have T4 unlocked. That's why I'm asking. So there's a decent chance he might just rip. Because I have to carry him to T4 now. You can post it in the default channels old noob. Wait, is it true that you can't TP in when we're at the boss? If he's like staying outside? Is that real? Okay. Okay, so who was the other guy? That's no fun making more. This guy's Paragon 50. So he's just gonna get one tapped in T4. Just gonna make sure I clear like the first part here. Wait, how's it even work in the party now? Ah wait, the portal opens next to him, right? For the boss. So he just goes into the boss portal. It's kind of stupid that there's like a portal for everyone in the party, I feel. There should be one portal and you have to get there, I think. I get a free T4 carry. But for now on, he's always gonna turn in his whispers on T4. There is a trick. Uh-oh. Can TP to you before boss room. Okay, so he has a TP before boss room or in the boss room? Like, you know, like the last floor, let's say. It's nice, then get Heartseeker and Spiritborn. Yeah, I understand how it's nice that everyone gets their own portal in the party. But I think it's mildly OP, and even, you know, even when you get boosted, I feel like at the very least you should run through the map. Nah, okay, I mean, you don't get the XP from floor 2, right? But I mean, that's relatively whatever. You just chill at the start and enter. Let's go sit outside. Yeah, I'm waiting. For pay to get XP in town, no need to enter. What? That is even more ridiculous. Fuck, dude. Okay, let's do it. Mythic time. So I'm looking for a star list that has GA crit or attack speed, preferably attack speed. That's the one I lost on my rogue. I want it back. Otherwise a petition wouldn't hurt with some crit. I do have chance days on pants. Because I can't be arsed to throw a smoke at every single monster. Yeah, so trigger attacks. I mean, you generally want to throw a smoke sometimes to get alchemical advantage, because that's the only source of poison here. But, you know, I don't really have to do that, so it's fine to just not proc alchemical sometimes. But you definitely want to keep all the trigger attacks. These guys are all at the entrance. Okay. I don't have res cap, but I mean, whatever. The gloves have chance to stun. Ah, that's true, actually. But either way, the day is also like helps with stagger, and it's like another source of CC, so you can like very easy just like insta CC. I mean, you have freeze, you have chill, you have stagger, like from that. For example, the smoke, I don't necessarily throw the smoke every 5 seconds either on bosses and so on. That's a lot of wolves. Shit. That looked funny. Okay, let's go do the event, I guess. Oh yeah, almost full. Yeah, they really like reduce mythic drops, I think. But I think the tributes are still like 50-50, if I'm not mistaken. You missed the jumps from Caltrops. Really? Nice boss fight. Nothing. Okay. At least the tribute didn't bug out, so that's a win, I guess. That's all smoking in cooldown. Like the Hydra pose? Okay, let's go with that. Oh, access here. Kinda interesting, they have removed the single player tributes. So you used to get them from Whispers, and then the others were from like other sources and world bosses and stuff for party. But now they're all for party. They're all united. There's no more, what's it called? Resolute, I think. That's a good change. I don't know. I thought it was nice to get the things from Whisper sometimes and then random. Try to get the Mythic. Like, I'm not sure if I've actually gotten one of these at all from Whispers. So maybe they also like, you know, lowered the drop rates because now you have like a ×4 if you do it in party. And now you always have to make a party for it. So there's that as well. And you know, with like eventual SSF, it's also kind of like a relatively large disadvantage there, I guess. Nothing. Pretty sure I know these fucking tributes too. I'm thinking I'm at 0 out of 7 now. Okay, Enduring Faith is like auto-salvage now. I don't think I'll ever touch that item again. Although maybe a little bit of testing on next PDR or so. Okay, my turn. Let's go. Mythic Druids are kind of rare. They're maybe like 1 in 10 world bosses or so. And you don't kill world bosses that often. Wait, can I activate it while they're not here? I guess so, right? Okay. Do I like this game mode? I think Undercity is okay, but it has various huge bugs. For example, when you kill Yosh, which is one of the 3 possible boss options, the party just disbands. So that's a great bug. Also, like the tributes sometimes just randomly turn off when you're in party. There's another great bug, so this Mythic tribute might just like not give us anything. So that happened, I think, once or twice last season, for example, when I did this. And I mean, the other problem is like, this is like, you know, too streamlined, too easy, and too little like action. You know, something like there's like no hype really when you found this. It's like, okay, you use attributes, and then eventually you're done, and this is kind of like the same thing over and over and over. Like there's nothing you can do differently to get some better rewards or some different rewards or something like that. The bargains are kind of miserable. So there's definitely some cooking needed here for this system. It's been 4 seasons now, and they have not touched it at all. They have not even fixed the, you know, basically game-breaking bugs of, for example, party disbanding or tributes stopping to work. So that's why I check every floor if the tribute is still active, because this might just disappear there on the top left. So, I don't know, they just like made this and left it there, and it's like okay, but there needs to be so much more here. Here, we're gonna get disbanded now. When we kill this boss. Did I get something? I did. Andariel's Visage, dude. Holy. It's actually my first Andariel's this season. And this guy got a 2GA air. Okay, dude. What do I expect for the big changes that Adam has announced? I'm not sure what he announced. I guess he's just talking about the expansion. And I mean, the expansion is always going to bring big changes. That's kind of what the expansion is for. So they're just gonna say that every time before an expansion. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like this like tribute system where like, you know, you get like these tributes, and then, you know, depending on what you need, you go and farm those tributes, and okay, maybe some of them will leave on the side. But the thing is, we get way too many tributes. Like Harmony, for example. I have fucking 2 stacks of Harmony. Who the hell is gonna run 200 Harmony tributes? Even if they were half decent, you know? Like, who the hell wants to do like hundreds of Kuras runs? Right? Like, that system is just not interesting enough for that. Even the bugs aside. So, they need to give us way fewer tributes and just make them better, so that we actually feel happy when we find one. And, you know, I wouldn't mind doing a Kuras run here and there. And it's kind of like the, you know, big reward for doing the rest of the grind and the rest of the game. And then you get the tribute and like, pork, man, I'm gonna do a run now. You know, this is what I want it to be. Like this Ascendance thing right now, right? And not everything has to be as rare as this, but all the tributes need to be more rare. Like on like Refinement or Titans rare at least. You know, they are not that common. But like the Harmony one, and like there's also all these blue tributes that are just literally inventory clutter. Like no one runs those for any reason. Should there be set items? Hell no. Set items don't really like advance the game, you know, they're just like a side crate to the 5,000 other items you already have, and that's it. You know, we need more layers and not... Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, we need more layers of, you know, character progression and not just a side crate to something that we already have way too much of anyway. Like set items have like literally no place. All purpose. Right now. I mean, you can do something like sets and... Oh, it bugged out. Okay. Yeah, distribute here, it didn't work, you see? But I did check, like, they used it. But this one just bugged out, we didn't get anything. Let it stay in the game, but allows to gun into others. I mean, that's also not a bad idea, if you can, like, change tributes. Wait, did he just get that? Wait, how did he get a Doombringer? Okay. Yeah, so that last run bugged out, F. We got an Andarius. Insane. Do you want to do anything with Andarius this season? Probably not. Well, I'll take it. Giving a chance to gamble refinement into Mythic Tribute. I mean, that would be completely busted. Alright, good luck, guys. Thanks for the runs. Well, we got a Shaco. And having a Shaco means having a working evade build. It also has max resource and armor. I mean, the GA armor is relatively useless, I suppose. Resource is good for Hydra, which this item is actually going to be used in. Otherwise, I mean, you generally want a cooldown, I guess, or life, but okay. When you have a Shaco equipped, you're already tanky by default, so it's fine. We got two GA mythics in a row. You think I should let us craft specific runes? Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to have some sort of actually reasonable rune crafting system in the game. Or at least a rune target farming. I suggested to the devs, for example, to give each boss some kind of like rune drop affinity and mythic drop affinity, similar to how they have their unique loot tables. You know, each boss should have a higher chance for specific runes and for a specific mythic. So that, you know, if you need that thing or need this thing, you can go and actually, you know, reasonably get it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how a different rune crafting system would work in this game. Unless they like make like a copy of Diablo 2 where you do like, you know, 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, you know, crafting them up. But then we have to like put them all in order. I guess you can do that. And you can say, okay, like, you know, I don't know, like Ohm and Jar and whatever, these are like some of the top runes. And then the others like to convert like 3-to-1, but then, you know, very quickly you get to the point where, you know, 3 times 3 times 3 times 3, like, you know, you get the pretty ridiculous numbers of runes. Where right now you just have this like 3-to-1 random craft system. And, you know, all the runes have like equal value. And if you make like a Diablo 2 system, there is no equal value. So there's that, I guess. So they have to like probably find another system. Please update Maxroll. What do you want me to update? Smash Rabbit. If they make Kuras very rewarding, wouldn't it cause the issue that people without expansion would call it pay to win? No. If you don't have the expansion, you're not playing the game. That's it. There's nothing pay to win about that. I mean, first of all, there is no winning in this game. There's not even any competition. But, you know, you're not even playing the game. So... Speed farming builds. Okay, I don't know what you want me to do with Smash Rabbit. TB poison with Andes? No. Just because you do poison in TB doesn't mean Andes makes any sense. Andes is always its own build. It's like Asheroth. Andes is its own build, just like Asheroth is its own build. You know, you don't combine that with any other source of damage. And if you want to play Andes, the best way to do it is on Spiritborn right now. There's a variant on the Volley guide. Fuck. Now the question is, when I play with Shaco on my Hydra, will I want to master like up the resource or the cooldown? Likely still the cooldown anyway, because it just feels good and we might need it for actually combining Starless plus Tarasha. We will have only one temper for Inferno cooldown reduction on the neck, for example. So you definitely want to get as much cooldown as possible here, I guess. We also want as much cooldown as possible on Evade. Sorc is not the best. Yeah, Sorc is pretty fast. We have a tier meeting tomorrow anyway. Okay, I guess I'll take that, guys. Let's just go with this, I guess. Alright. Ah shit, you have Ophidian. Wait a minute. How the hell do you get Inferno cooldown reduction? You just had a Shaco and Tarasha. Yeah, true, you don't even have like any resource tempo at all. Okay, so I guess you just do like Shaco and Zek Rune. I mean, that works, I guess. Harmony Tribute is how you make the Shroud. They give legendary runes now. Yeah, I want to do like a test session. I'm gonna just like run 50 harmonies or maybe 100 harmonies and just see if they're actually worth them now. I don't really believe in it, but maybe. Yeah, Neo Zek is a nice combo. It gives you like double the amount of CDR basically, because as a Sorc you always have barrier anyway. But yeah, so I have 44 cooldown on this, and then, I don't know, let's say 18 to 20 on my Tarasha. So combined, we're talking about like around a 50-55% CDR for Inferno. Then there's the passive as well. That gives you 16 with Shroud. So we're probably talking about like around 60-ish% cooldown reduction. And Inferno base cooldown is what, 45? Or 50. And then you have 9 skill ranks of a Shaco. And that is... how much is the base cooldown then? 5, 5, 4, 4, 3, 3. This is 18, 21, 24. And I think it's then 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So it's like minus 30% base cooldown. What's the base cooldown on Inferno? You can do a 50 harmony session. Yeah, if you do that, then message me. But yeah, I also want to do like my own 50 harmony session or something. Okay, so we have like roughly 60% CDR, and then we have like roughly 30% base cooldown reduction. So Inferno should be like... %30 or so of its original cooldown left. Or 25. So around like 12 to 15 seconds, and then with Neo Zek you make that like 6 to 7 seconds. Yeah, that kind of checks out. Eva is running alchemical admixture. Is it good now? Very sus. On which builds? On Poison the Bee? That runs that, yeah. Definitely. Did it count in the rune? Yes, I was just trying to like map out in my head like how much Inferno cooldown we're gonna have when we have 3 unique jewelry equipped. Because it's got Ophidian, Stardust, Tarasha. And then mostly I was wondering if like and how good is Shaco cooldown reduction versus Resource Templar. But I think you kinda need the cooldown reduction or else you're just not gonna get there. You need to cast the Inferno like around every 5 seconds ideally to keep up the vulnerable and the pull and the 50% damage buff. You have to cast it pretty often, so you want to have like a very short cooldown. Is Inferno good this season? I'm not sure how good is like the Inferno build, but I guess it's just like pales in comparison to Hydra, so everyone's just doing Hydra and that already runs Inferno anyway and casts it basically on cooldown, so you just do that. Use Exile Conduit. Yeah, use Exile Conduit, Tarasha, Stardust, Ophidian. Stuff, I guess. Although I see some people also use one-hand, offhand. I'm not sure why exactly. I guess just because you don't have any other aspect slots, because everything is just uniques. I guess you have a normal glove. And you have normal boots. So on the boots you can put, I guess, Bounding Conduit. Then you use Neo and Zac. And I don't know, some other random damage rune setup. Wool or Ohm or something. Oh, he's melting actually. We have some serious damage output on this build now. On and often it's easier for cooldown. Yeah, I guess it's like to hit the thresholds. So that you actually have the teleport enchant after every single ball lightning. You spam ball lightning. Every time you cast a ball lightning, you will teleport, or you will reset your teleport. There you go. Not really in the mood to masterwork 2 legendary weapon slots to orange Hydra heads. So I'll be very much in the mood to just do a staff. But we'll see. Rapid fire with unique ring will be viable 34. If you really try, yeah, but that's basically like the worst rogue build right now. Like precision builds are dead, combo point builds are dead. Wait a minute. Rapid fire doesn't even use the ring right now. So I guess it's actually not a combo point build. I'm not sure about precision. But at the very least, that ring is actually not used, as far as I know. Okay, how's my Optosite? Let's get some Optosite. We found a lot of pits now anyway. When will I sub to the Sorc? Not today. Although I kind of have all the pieces, right? I have this, I have this, I have Exile. You have the Shaco now. Actually, I kind of can load up the Sorc if I want. I don't have the Amulet, actually. True. But Hom is selling a Sorc unique. Just buy it. Let's see what he says. Fire reserve, huh? Should I run these? It's yellow as well, so maybe. My materials is official party run as well. Topaz reserve, Amethyst reserve, and let's run those, that's fine. You can still get strong rooms in that anyway. Ruby. Fire. Thanks for the tip, Smash Rabbit. I'll consider. Okay, let's make a few more sigils, I guess. Okay, it's 100% with primordial binding. That is pretty decent, actually. Okay, I'm giving him 2 nods. He was actually in our tribute party earlier. Alright. I see there's a tower sharing as well. Would be nice actually if I can skip some of the boss grind on the Sorc. I mean, the Sorc is actually really good for the bosses, I guess. But okay. The Tarasha ring with cooldown and 23.5. That's also pretty nice. How much double damage loss is this? 2.6%. I can live with that. Okay. Nice. Anything else we need? Rest is just a core skill, a glove, random boots, and a staff. Yeah, I'll be fine. I don't think I'm gonna do Halo Burglar stuff. Alright. Ah, World Boss. No Whisper, but I guess I go anyway. Yeah, I got my Sorc kind of decked out. She's level 0, but she's pretty decked out. I just need to make sure I don't lose the starters. Yeah, that was another guy who sold a GA resource Exile that I bought. So I have pretty decent stuff actually for my Sorc now. World Boss time. And we still have 3 bill gold, so that's pretty nice. I don't end bait without starters, so that's nice. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely play without starters. How can you increase single target DPS on Pen Rogue? Stagger the boss more. I mean, you want a higher masterwork on your Azurath for the proc, higher masterwork on the Elemental Surge on the other one-handed weapon. Make sure you have 100% chance to cast twice on the Eagle Horn. A good neck with passives and decks. High lucky hit Fist of Fate. That's mostly that. Higher glyphs. How important is Ophidian Iris aspect? Yes. Really now, 90? Yeah, it's 100% damage multi per neck. So you have usually you have a 4-headed Hydra. You get 2 extra from Ophidian, right? So let's check this out. So you have 12 heads on the weapon, or weapons. And then you have 2 heads here, so you have plus 14 heads. And you have 1 here. So you have plus 15 heads. And this thing says that for each head it would have had, you get 100% extra bonus. So with the perfect 15 heads bonus, you get a 1500% damage bonus. Now if this is like a, let's say a 90% roll, you have the same number of heads. Then you have 15 times 90. And the base damage is this. Versus 15 times 100 plus the 100 base damage. So the difference here is already like 10%. 10.3 actually. So 10% less on the affix if it's 90 instead of 100 is a 10% DPS loss with perfect head count. So that is still like in the acceptable territory, but you don't even want to go lower than that, I guess. And there's some pretty big stats on this neck. You know, especially Primordial Binding is like an insane passive. And for example, if you have an amulet that has 2 more Primordial Binding, but it's 90%, that is probably going to beat, you know, a 100% amulet. So I guess you can like always map it out exactly, like how much do you get from the passive versus how much do you get from the other stats and so on, but also fast world boss, yeah. Why so complicated? Of course, 90 or 100 is 10%. Yeah, I mean, the thing is the multiplier is so large that the base damage you do is relatively diminished. So yeah, it's just like, if you don't want to like exactly map it out, you can kind of just look at the difference between the percent values on the neck, and that gives you a close enough estimate at least. Like 100 over 90 is 1.11111, like this. Yeah, but the real damage difference is actually 10.3, because you also have, you know, a bit of base damage that like diminishes this difference a bit to 10.3% instead of 11.1%. But since the multiplier is so large, the base damage doesn't matter that much. So, you know, for example, if you compare, let's say, a 100% amulet to a 75% amulet, it's a 33%, if you just look at it that way. But the real calculation would be 75 times 15 heads plus 100. And then the maximum output would be this, divided by this. And so the difference will be 30.6. Compared to like the napkin map, 33.3. So you see that there's like a slight difference, but it's close enough. We get anything? No. Time for some strong rooms, I guess. Get a buck though. Buck is always nice. Is it necessary to buy Best of Hate to play properly? I mean, you can play the season and have some fun, but if you're kind of serious about playing the game, you should get the expansion, yeah. When will be the patch? In 5 days. Did I mention this somewhere? No. But that's how it works. Usually a Tuesday. And we already didn't get like a week 1 patch, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a Tuesday. It's just a typical patch day. And it's gonna be like, you know, at basically the earliest possible date. Why are people saying the iris aspect is irrelevant? That is a good question. You dropped the 4GA Lightbringer with 600%. Damn. Yeah, the GA on resource is actually something to avoid on Lightbringer. Rake Balazan Prophecy. gonna finish this. That's why I sold, but people went crazy anyway. Yeah, people were like their shinies, you know. When they see 4GA, they buy. They don't care. But yeah, the best version of a Rotting Nightbringer is actually 3GA, not 4GA. Without the resource cost. I mean, there is a way to not really suffer from the resource cost reduction GA, which is a Quax rune. So if you trigger a Quax like every 5 seconds, then you're fine anyway. And this is not that hard to do anyway, with like either Nago rune or Neo rune or Ahu. So there's like a bunch of stuff where you can get around that, and then the resource cost reduction is okay. But you need to run the Quax rune, and you usually don't do that in like easy content at least, like T4 or so. But for pushing you do, so you go Ahu Quax and you trigger it most of the time. Oh my god, we're fast. Okay. Two escalation sigils. What am I gonna do with all those? What's the mechanic? The main reason why I don't want the extra resource cost reduction on the Lightbringer is because of the Ancestral Guidance. What the fuck is this? Hardened Rocket. Ah, wait, is that on a quest? Like, the thing is, even with like a bad resource roll, it's very easy to sustain maximum resources all the time on Bull Rise. But you trigger Ancestral Guidance less often, you need to spend 75 resource to get a 5-second buff. So at the very minimum, you need to spend 75 resources every 5 seconds. But that is like nearly impossible to do if you don't trigger Quax rune and you have like a GA resource, because it's gonna go to like 90% or something. And then you have a Starless, so your pull is gonna cost like 3 resource or something at the end. So you need to do like, you know, 25 casts in 5 seconds, which is obviously not happening. And even then, you know, you don't always attack, right? So you want to keep the buff up without continuously attacking with Pulverize all the time. So, you know, actually want to Pulverize to cost a lot more than 3 or whatever, you know, 10 or, you know, what would be a reasonable number. Like, you know, you want to go into a pack, start blasting, and then get the buff really fast. So ideally your Pulverize costs something like 15 or 20 or so with Starless. Actually, it can't cost 20. Yeah. Yeah, so TLDRs, the less resource cost reduction you have, the better. So, especially once you have a Starless. Yeah, run an Escalation or just Nightmare Dungeon? Yeah, I do run Escalation. I want to see if you also get like a patch or something. Okay, what do I do with this quest item here? Retrieve a blood relic from a strong. What is this? Now can I drop this? Okay. We found an affiliate with only 3 on it. I mean, at least you lost the least useful stat. Yeah, this happens when you kill Belial and select Harbinger. For some reason Harbinger loot sometimes bugs out. So just select nothing actually. Because Andariel is the default option and has the same items and is not bugged. It's actually very interesting to see how many people actively select Harbinger instead of nothing on Belial. Where is that coming from? The quest item, right click it? Oh. Oh. Like a chest. Okay. Did we finish this dungeon? Already like mostly done. Do you lose mythics when you die in hardcore? You have one guess. How's Heartseeker feeling? Really nice. Very fun. Billion Iris of 3 stats is the reverse of an ancient item. It's a newborn. Oh god, dude. Ah, nice, I had a whisper here. Topaz Reserve. Let's see. I think Shaco could be stronger than Petition. For Poison and Roa. Yeah, I heard of Roa doing 100. And it makes sense to me. And I'm not sure if they're running Partition. And the thing is, you also need to hit 100% crit chance somehow. Which luckily is relatively easy to do on the Rogue. But not necessarily trivial. So Partition is nice for the damage buff and for the crit. But I guess, yeah, you definitely have like some nice double dipping on skill ranks on Shaco when you use Poison Imbue build. That's a lot of... Dude, 5k Topaz fragments on this. One chest. That's actually legit, dude. Strongest Druid build is Polarized right now. But it's pretty close actually between that and Earthspike, I think. Earthspike is popping off. I'm gonna play that as well. Can I get more of the chests here? I only open like 3 or 4 chests. Yeah. 3k. You really have to pay attention here to not miss the chest. It's so easy to miss. I should look at the screen and look for chests, man. Can you imagine not playing by minimap? It's insane. Did you get a gold goblin and a gold shrine in this dungeon? Only found one chest in Vault 2 here. Here's another. Heartseeker or Pen for bossing? Both work just fine, but Pen is probably slightly better. Reserve, let's see. How well does it build do against so many bosses? My character right now can do like 3 seconds boss kills, Belial maybe like 5 to 10. And we can probably get like another like 50% plus DPS pretty easily. So I guess like 5-second Belial is pretty consistent at some point. Which is also nice because at some point you get to the point where you don't have to like reactivate your buffs anymore. Because close quarters only lasts 8 seconds, smoke grenade lasts only 5 seconds, and so on. So if you get to the point where you just like activate everything once at the start and then kill the boss, it's easy clap. And on everything but Belial I can do that actually. Hands of Conjurers felt very nice for non-boss content. Yeah, I wanted to do a push like that, but unfortunately my character is dead now. Although I did buy an insane Fist of Fate for I don't know what yet. And I do have another Eagle Horn. I do have another Azure Wrath. So we'll see. And a big lucky hit with Perdition. I actually kind of have everything, but the starters. I'm still missing like a different starters. My favorite build of the season so far? Really tough choice, but I'd say Pen. Oh, plus reserve. I just found some of these dungeons so I have gems, because I haven't even crafted the grand gems really. They need 100k each, and like one of these dungeons give me like, I don't know, a quarter or so. You can actually get those gems pretty fast if you run these dungeons. But the thing is that the, you know, colors of the gems are spread out randomly, so I get some amethyst here and some ruby there, and I would have to like convert at some point, I guess. But I guess we just stack up on fragments for now. Get a 4J Maxroll Ice in the Dark. I got 2 of those as well. Got Insane, but one of them was my cash, so it's in my stash now, I can't sell it. The other one I sold for 1 billion actually. That was nice. Good barrage build this season. Just like, you can do Azeroth stuff, basically, just like the Pinch build, but with Azeroth, with barrage. Same build. It's like alright as well. Doesn't have that great AoE clear, but single target is good. Yeah, nuts, man. 3k Topaz Fragments on like one chest. Definitely pretty good. I can share this build. Or you press exclamation mark build. The one build this season you have to play. Yeah, I'd say Pen Shot. Ooh. 105%. True, dude, that's actually sad, dude. 3GA shard and it's 105. That's insane. Also has a high roll on the resource. So hard to get this item. It's probably like the most valuable unique actually, because it's used for so many builds. And basically the hardest to get, because you can't target farm it. At least not really effectively. If I see a good one of these, I'm in straight chat, I'm gonna snatch it. Hi Mario. I'm almost 300. No, I'm not. I'm like 1/3 or so of 300. But yeah, I guess I might grind some more gaunts at some point soon. Oh, Niels, I didn't see that earlier, by the way, about the Rotting Nightbringer. I mean, 600 versus 550 Lightbringer is like 8% difference or something. It's noticeable, but it's fine. I think I did my push of a 560. We have a big Maxroll meeting tomorrow. I've been moving a few things around already, but we're gonna like define better criteria, especially for the endgame tier list, I guess. Now that we actually know like how the new pit scaling is and so on, and where the builds land, before I'm gonna be shifting some stuff. Maybe your Azurath is bad, Madrix. We have an 800 item power Azurath and did a masterwork to proc. That's like almost all of her damage. Is it a grind to get Rogue powerful? Not much. Rogue has plenty of good builds right now that all have like a very nice progression. Imperial Reserve. Okay, there's also some Helltide here we can still do. 25 minutes. Okay. I have a few more hearts. Snipe pen shot significantly different from the Maxroll standard build? No. Also my materials looking anyway. 10k forgotten souls, 55k crystals. Let's see how many red crystals I get from one of these chests. 20 and 7 souls. Okay, it's not that impressive. I'm not sure if I should run the material reserve. So I kill one boss and I get way more than it's in the chest anyway. It's probably not really worth. The reserve is kinda nice though. Hey bastard. Best speed build on Rouge. It's kind of close between Pen, TB, and Death Trap, I guess. They all go pretty fast. Roa is not a contender. Yeah, Roa is not really known for being really fast, I think. And, you know, it's like also very uncomfortable speed farming build, I would say. Because you have to do like the rotation properly all the time. Last season was very chill, but this is not possible this season to do the same setup. Was A tier on tier list. Yeah, I mean, it's a very good build. But I wouldn't really recommend it as like the speed farming option on the class. When the stuff like Death Trap exists or Pen Shot. Like Pen Shot, you just face roll and do 90-second runs. And the same with Death Trap and TB. You do 90-second runs, but with a bit more effort. But Roa, 90 seconds, like, I don't think that's really happening. And maybe it is, but it's you know, uncomfortable to try to do that for like 10 hours straight. With air and status all mastered with core and you can't use it on pen. Sounds like it's time for a new air and a new status. Oh shit, I clicked the Cursed Shrine. Oh, close. Why am I not enjoying Roa? I mean, it's a fun build, but it's like a very high effort build, basically. And it's easy to do mistakes. That's the issue with Roa. And when you do a mistake, it kinda sucks. The represents the Arju and catalytic skill. Should be chill with that. No, it has nothing to do with that. You reset your Roa, no problem with preparation. The problem is precision. I mean, okay, you can maybe try to not play precision and do something like close quarters. Or potentially even a poison version of Roa. Apparently like someone has pushed pretty high with that. So maybe it's also playable like that for farming and it's gonna be good. But yeah, especially for precision version, you have to make sure that you stay in the right rotation of, you know, barrage to reset and to proc precision, and then Roa to spend and to use the precision. And if you somehow like do one barrage cast too much, then you need to notice that, and then you have to like fix that in the next rotation, or else you're gonna be desynced with your precision stacks, and then you're not gonna have any damage. until you realize what is happening. So that's kind of like the main issue on Roa. Now there's a fail-safe way around that, which is that after Roa, you do 2 Heartseekers, and then the next Roa. Like, okay, so Roa, Barrage, Heartseeker, Heartseeker, and repeat. But then you have 3 skills you have to rotate in exactly that order. Which is, you know, which makes it consistent. But, yeah, also kind of high effort, I guess. But at least you can't really do a mistake. Because Heartseeker cannot consume precision. So like this, you will always have the precision stacks before your Roa. You'll always reset your Roa with the follow-up Barrage. And everything is fine. And so this is like, yeah, safer to do, but you lose a skill slot and you have to like rotate 3 skills. You have to like, you know, if you assign them to your bar, you have to do like 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. So you can do like that basically. And then you get in the rhythm at some point, I guess. Like last season was really nice because you had the season power where your basic skill would consume all of your resources. So you didn't need Barrage or anything. You just did like Heartseeker, Roa, Heartseeker, Roa. And every second Rota, you would get a precision on your Roa as well because Heartseeker can't consume it. Only Roa can. And you were chilling. But now we don't have that season power anymore. A nice melody. When you play Shard, Shard doesn't help you. Shard makes your Heartseeker cost 25. But he just spent 150, so that means 6 Heartseeker costs. So that's not happening. Now you can do Shard and Lucian, maybe. So instead of 25, you'll spend 62.5. So you have a Crown of Lucian and a Shard. When you spend 62.5, then after 2 casts it will be 125. After 3 casts it will be like 187.5. So yeah, you can do like Roa, and then a Shard, and Lucian, and you cast 3 Heartseekers between each Roa, which also perfectly gives you precision stacks. So that's like not a terrible combo, but it's also probably a pretty decent damage loss. But at least it's gonna be relatively comfy. It's basically like a combo point build at that point. It's like 1, 2, 3, Roa, 1, 2, 3, Roa. So yeah, you can do that, I guess. Which, funny enough, technically you don't even need Beastfall boots. But you're gonna run them anyway for the extra damage boost, I guess. Combo points finally viable again. Huge. I guess it's time to create a Sorc soon and open a caches. Spiritborn was 52, so we can get the Spiritborn to 60 as well. Question is, which build will I set up first on a Spiritborn? I think I might just do a bit of evade for the next 2 days. And then wait for the patch notes, and then we'll see what we do with the Balazan builds after that. Because there is a chance they will adjust them. Is Azure only better than Legendary if Elemental Surge if it has GA on it? It doesn't have to have a GA on the proc, but it needs to be an Ancestral. And you can see the number. You know, the number is bigger on Azure, but only if it's an 800. Yeah, it was Idol of Doom that killed me. It's a bug. The thing that I just did not click when I started the strong room. Although it appears as a Spiritborn only. Seems like it's only something with Spiritborn. Has anyone else who is not playing a Spiritborn died to Idol of Doom? We suspect it's something Spiritborn related. Got randomly one-shotted and it had nothing to do with Idol. Interesting. Do you have maybe any other guess what that could have been? There's no enemy around, just poof on 50k barrier and HP. Do you know what modifiers he had on a strong room? Glimmer of Hope? Yeah. What the escalation nightmare is good for in particular? Nothing. They're just kind of like decent for farming about everything. Yeah, maybe I was gonna skip Spiritborn Strong Room for the most part for now. But I mean, I've done definitely by far the most strong rooms on the Spiritborn. Because I found all my Arcana on day 1. Like, I found strong rooms for, like, I don't know, 10 hours straight or something to get all my Arcana. And I didn't have any issues. And then 2 days ago when I walked in there, like, boom. So, I don't know. Do we buff the walls affect the Spirit Balls? Maybe. But this will not really make them do anything, I believe. Even if that was true, because the damage on the Companion Druid comes from the active ability of the wolves. Not really that much from their auto attacks. Those are like skill ranks, for example. You can't apply skill ranks to the wolves. Nice bit of Spiritborn. I don't know. I think I've done a 75 or an 80 or something. I didn't really go high with it yet. But the plan is to do like a 115 or 120 or so. Hi, Togi. We have plus 30 levels to wolves. Yeah, I was just trying to explain. Like, I mean, the spirit wolves they get from the rune, you know, they don't have skill ranks. Like, they will definitely not be buffed by that. They might be buffed by other, like, you know, generic damage buffs to companions or to summons or something. For example, they can be buffed by the Horaric Jewel. That makes them larger. So you can definitely see the wolves getting larger. But the skill levels? Nah, I don't think so. Kind of strange how sometimes all these chests are like in part 2 only or in part 1 only. I guess that's by design, but it's kind of weird sometimes. Did a strong movement, just leave. Diamond Reserve. Now that's kind of useless this season. We don't need that. Same with Skull. Strong. Alright, Amathian. Doing fine, how about you? I guess. Oh, I forgot the outside actually. It's 1 AM in the future. Where are you from? So like Singapore or something? Australia. Okay. Pretty crazy how fast I get these escalation sigils. Yeah, this is all what I just gathered in like the last half hour or something. Oh, there's a free GA. More life. Okay. Hi, Kana. You just ran to the boss real quick. I don't see it enough angle now. Actually, really long dungeon here.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Okay, Ruby and a strong room. Hello, SOG. Yeah, we have to get the pattern for idle from below. Nah, just focus on the strong rooms. That's it, you just have to keep grinding them. There was a drop for Diablo. Oh, well. It's up for some more days, yes. Strong room farming is pretty efficient anyway. Like my auto side, for example, I just started this with like 30k or so. I have 65k now. Stonks. Going up pretty fast. Yeah, I've just been doing strong rooms basically. Just Josh. That's nice. It takes 5 minutes of masterworking. I mean, 60k off the side is a lot to, you know, do something with. 2J amulet with movement and percent damage. Nice. Is Paladin class in the game? Not yet. Let's say soon TM.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Can upgrade on Moonrise. Okay, so that's all the stitches I crafted. I actually crafted a lot of stitches. Okay, let's do the next Helltide and then see how many caches we have. So we can start boosting our Sorc. A little Hydra Sorc. And maybe a Chain Lightning, but we'll see. Go back to Endario Chain Lightning. Yeah, that was pretty fun. I played that in Season 5 actually. Well, now it's kinda similar, but it's with Azure Wrath instead, right? So I guess that works. So 2J Dex attack speed for 99 billion. Dude, it's crazy that an item like that goes for 99. That is actually insane. Because that's not even hard to get. You have too much gold. That's very unfortunate, man. I always hate when I have too much gold. Staging stones can be a Joker summon material for either Duriel, Andariel, or Hamager. That's it. And hardcore latency problems. You can try this. Maybe it helps you. I didn't really have any latency issues also this season myself, even though a lot of people in softcore always say that they have issues. I think hardcore servers have been relatively stable and stuff. Yeah, crossplay, you can try to turn that off. That helps. Yeah, Spiritborn build without uniques. Until you manage to drop the uniques you need. Yeah, all our Maxroll endgame builds generally start without uniques. That's the starter version in those endgame guides. Now there's some builds that don't exist without uniques. One such example are the Balazan builds. But yeah, generally the guides go from 0 to 100. Basically. Evade is a very good build on Spiritborn to just kind of go from start to finish if you want. Did he get banned maybe? JDI? That's probably why it says invalid. Well, sometimes it just bugs out, I guess, for some people trying on a browser. I don't know, maybe you were on a server previously and got banned. That happens a lot. People get hacked and stuff. And then they ask me, hey, why can't I join your Discord? But yeah, otherwise try a different browser. Or incognito or something. I think I like Pinch a bit more, but both are fun. Strong room sigil. Let's do that. And then on the city. We tried exclamation mark build. Enjoyed it. Torchlight hype. Yeah, it's in 2 hours, I think, the reveal. I'm always excited to see what they have been cooking. Do you have a video for beginners? I mean, plenty of guides on this game on my channel, but I don't have like the Season 9 beginner player guide or something like that right now. I recommend just read your way through the Maxroll guides. You have lots of information on the game there and many builds. This is a Vanna skin, Andy. It's on the shop. Any plans of making Stormclaw Druid on Maxroll? I'm not sure if the Maxroll boys are planning to make a Stormclaw. I mean, it has become kind of viable. But is it like viable enough? Druid is generally by far the least popular class. And then we're talking about like, you know, maybe the 10th best build on that class or something like that. So I'm not sure if you're gonna do it, even though Stormclaw is like a pretty like big fan favorite. So maybe. But you only have 2 druids on the team. They're usually very busy. Rax has many beginner videos. Okay. I need to make a Death Trap build. I mean, Death Trap is pretty figured out though, no? I mean, we had like 4 seasons of Death Trap now. With like not that many changes between the seasons. Maybe I'll make a Death Trap. I would have to get a pair of Beastfall boots because I actually sold mine. Everyone is using different Paragon glyphs. Most of the time, you know, the choices in glyphs are very minor anyway. It's like, okay, do you get like 10% damage this way or this way? Or do you take 10% damage reduction instead? And that's that's usually the extent of glyph choices. So why is the game feel like you're playing on ice? Are you pushing, or is that like generally a thing? When the game starts lagging, it can kind of feel like you're on ice, because it's just like how the game lags. And then you have like high density and you're blasting, you know, 100 monsters at once or something. I can do a quick seer actually. I mean, Hell Tides. That sounds as just like general server lag. Try to turn off crossplay. Crossplay usually means like less server strain and also just fewer people on your server. So that will help. You have a 4GA Beastfall. Oh shit. I wasn't ready to pay for a 4GA. What's the affix? Yo, Cyrus done. Thank you for Prime. Ooh. The 2 right GAs on Itinerary, but 67 F. But I think no build really runs it anyway these days. But there could be builds. Let's see how many caches we have. 2, 3, 4, not much actually. I thought I had more. 5 now. Okay, 0.65. Beastfall 4 GA. I mean, the only GA that really matters is the resource. Agile is whatever, movement speed is whatever. Although maybe the movement speed doesn't hurt. And then the ultimate cooldown maybe helps a bit. 65. Okay, let's see. Let's say we have exactly 150 resource. It's this. Versus a perfect beast ball. Oops. So 7.6% damage loss from the beast form affix with 150 resource, and more if you have more resources. Actually, one part. I have this already. So basically the only advantage I gain over with yours is I can masterwork the resource up enough so that I don't need the resource potion and I get a health potion or an attack speed potion.
steel you need?
I don't want it for free, so I'm gonna pay you for the Beastfall. I get more stash space. You know, it'd be kind of cool.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Finest jewels inside.
I think I should set up the Spiritborn real quick. So the I still want to do were mostly evade, I guess. I want to try some stuff with payback. I had an idea there. Well, this won't work, Mats, because I'm on hardcore. Yeah, but I think we can alleviate our stash issues a little bit if I go on the Spiritborn real quick. We are level 52. You wanna rogue builds this season? Yeah, I'm considering doing a Death Trap.
My hammer sings on your return.
We need to take the items on a rogue actually. My rogue is like all the mythics are good. Oh, actually not. Can leave them there. Just take the Shaco, get some random stuff. Okay, quickly. Get rid of this. Okay.
Well, there's something special. Oh, shame that. Go one more? Not a bad pull, that.
And that was the glove.
All finished, are you? Have a wee. Hello, shining beauty. Not a bad pull, that. Shame that. Well, there's something special.
magic in all things. Let me show you. Masterful work.
Actually, I don't need that much resource cost stuff here anyway. Yeah, reactive ooze. I will just like carry resources like crazy. So it's fine.
The stars made manifest.
Better than starting from nothing.
He sent us to death trap.
I what?
Haven't had a roof over my head.
Do you actually get all of the fragments back when you salvage all of these gems? Is that like a thing?
Very well.
The bit am I going for? I'm just making a build now to do strongholds. I'm probably way overdoing it, but whatever. And then we're gonna do some evade on this guy, because I haven't really played a new version of evade. I wanna see that. And yeah, I want to do some cooking on payback potentially. Trying to remember what it was. It was something with Kapaleka, Midnight Sun. What did I want to do? Ah, Pain Gorgeous. Pain Gorgeous, Kapaleka, payback. That's what I wanted to do. I wonder if that could be good.
The wind's grown too cutting, even for these parts.
You have to keep farming Astaroth until you get it insane. Okay, perhaps it would be wise to use seasonal powers. For example, this and this. One hour, 20 minutes. Torchlight. Let's go.
The Coswell storm is coming. It is done.
See now you know because Rowan Bar, it's shredding pit 90 in 10 minutes. Been playing it now. 90, 10 minutes consistently, that seems decent. Yeah, Whirlwind is apparently pretty decent actually for core skill standards for Barb. It's probably like better to just like do something like 85s or whatever. do it much faster and then get more glyph ups that way. 10 minutes is kind of slow if you want to actually farm that. You walk into town and slow down because my aspect of haste is not working anymore. It's bad. Any monsters here? Torchlight reveals in 1 hour. I'm gonna be watching that.
Blessed are you who will die in the mother's name.
It's for the season they start next week on the 17th. New Torchlight season.
These effigies reek of corruption. I must destroy them.
That's destroyed though. It's just the guy. Oh, there's no house. Oops.
The bells again. Who is left to ring them? Your evil is done.
The new WoW expansion, right? I've not seen it actually. How many deaths so far? 2. Not expansion, new patch. Okay, then whatever. I mean, we roughly know what's going on with the next expansion, right? And the one after, so... I mean, the Bone Age Necro only say that they made it unusable to use Echo from Epoch as a bug fix on 2.3. Yeah. I think if you want to play with mages, you just play like the Hand of Nas stuff. That's pretty strong. But this whole like Bone Spear shenanigans is kinda oof.
From the vampires.
Kind of funny you have 4 different mobility skills in your build. You have to find exactly which one to press in each moment.
There's a lighthouse on the rocks. Why is its beacon unlit? Never harm another soul.
Ooh. Okay. What the fuck was that? Nice. I'm in the tower, guys. Alright, L55 almost. So, two strongholds, this is done. Okay. Like 15 or 20 minutes or so, we're gonna be 60, I guess. And then I can empty my stash a little bit more. And then once my Sorc is leveled, I guess we don't need to save any caches, we just start opening them every time we finish Whispers.
Whatever killed this hunter wanted him to suffer.
Yo, Ed. Thank you, man. You were in an EU top 25 guild back in the day. Nice, man. Why is a Rouge builder needs an emerald pain in the ass to get? Well, that is not a rogue problem. Only.
This whole place is in ruins. What happened here? What's going on? A memory?
And that's the variants of emerald passive. Yeah, and you get plenty of these actually. I think I have like 10 or 12 or so of these radiants. So times 4, I could do like 50 runs. It costs a bit of gold, but you can definitely try to find people for Rhoda. And it's softcore, you're gonna make like so much money back anyway, if you sell them. Just need to get like one hit out of like, you know, those runs. It's gonna pay like 100 folds back. I wouldn't choose a build just because it has a unique amulet. I mean, some unique amulets are also hard to get, you know? Like, okay, you have much more target farmable options. Like, for example, Fractured Winter Glass or the Ophidian Iris. And it's much easier to get those amulets right, especially because so many people find uniques and they don't actually play that build or something. But that shouldn't hold you back from playing a certain build, I think. Got 6 for Rhoda. Yeah, I wasn't even planning to do it today, but you can add me if you want.
You will never harm Sorc.
Yo, Ryok. Thanks to Tomas, man. I know Sorc is kind of cheating with picks and uniques in almost every slot. Yeah, it's just like a general Sorc disease, I guess. They have Tarasha, then usually Starless, usually Shaco. And then, who knows.
Bandits. I should be careful.
What do you think you are doing?
You know, Beneficial Talisman is not used in any build besides Bone Spirit right now, I think. That's it. Pretty dead item.
It is done.
Get 100% 4GA Ophidian Iris. Yeah, that is the item of the season, I guess.
My God. Stench. No longer they worshipped this corpse. Your
Oh, yeah, that's you, Melo. Okay. Good to know. Odds on Amulets only being able to roll one passive. I don't know, I think it's fine that, you know, there are certain item slots that are hard to get. Amulet is one of those that makes sense to be hard to get, I think. And it's also like something cool, you know, like passes sometimes have like some special effects and so on. Like everything else is already like so, you know, just kind of like the same stuff every time. With some exceptions.
that came from the north.
Yeah, I think the Razor Plate unique effects does not work for the Balazan dot. But I need to like double confirm that, which I actually have not done yet. No builds I'm planning to make on a Spiritborn. Well, we're gonna start with a bit of evade, and then I'm gonna go more on the Rake's Balazan stuff, and maybe the other Balazan builds, we'll see. And I want to do some cooking on Payback with Pain Gorgers. Razor Wings is already done. That was a very short adventure, unfortunately. And that's probably it then.
If I weren't, not entirely.
I'm gonna say Rogue has viable builds this season, 44, farming and bosses. Yeah, Rogue probably has the most, actually. Like, almost everything on Rogue is actually really decent right now. With maybe the exception of, like, Rapid Fire and Dance. I recommend Pen Shot or TB. Yeah, Heartseeker is really good right now. Been playing it yesterday and today. Very fun. Okay guys, very important, do not pick up the Blood Relic, okay? Here. So normal curve quality, 4 efficient. Yeah, it's pretty good once you have it maxed out. I played it a bit earlier, and even without the all power and stuff, I was able to take down like their bosses in a few seconds. And this is like far from min-maxed. Curve quality is doing fine. How's it going, Fitty, by the way?
So that's why the so this thing.
So now we can get knowledge, or do we still have to do more quests? No, that's it, right? We just do the Blood Relic quest. Any use of turning vials into scrolls for season questline? You can only do it once you're rank 15, so you're almost at the end anyway. And it gives you almost nothing anyway. It's not even worth the clicks. I would just wait and bank them until maybe they buff it. I haven't used them at all. He saw 100 billion damage without abusing double dip on Jago Hall on Quill. What? 100 billion on a Quill. I want to see that.
That must be here for a reason. I should see if there are more like it.
Do, 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 do. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So you just have to get the first quest done with the Blood Relic and that's it. Then you get the reward track.
You should have just given.
All that it.
impressive. Unfortunately.
Magic. Something feels wrong. We need to help them. What is this?
Okay, I have to do some stuff real quick. But I'm done.
What's going on?
I just want to do with my points. Let's do this. Most build I'm working towards. I'm gonna do a bit of evade to get started with this. Which I've done for the season start, but I wanna see like the endgame evade now. Because that's a different evade than I played like 3 seasons ago. Let's see how fast we can fly. Yo, Mark, glad to hear that, man. Horrors are super fun. I might play more of it. Does it matter what boss you choose if you're farming sparks at Belial? I don't think so. I'm glopping. I didn't get any feedback from Blizzard. Besides Bloodshed saying he's sorry.
It is done.
Don't understand why Balazar and Spiritborn are in the same category S tier in speed farming as Sorc Hydra. Yeah. Sorc Hydra has evolved quite a bit, I guess. So we have to see what we're gonna do about that. But it definitely goes faster than we had anticipated, I guess. We have tier list meeting tomorrow anyway, where we discuss a bunch of stuff. You know, we expected Hydra to be way slower because of how it worked on the PTR. Where the Hydras were just kind of like shit at clearing, basically. But they made it much better on the live server.
Masonry stained with residual magics. The aftermath.
I mean, we generally have like basically every single Sorc build in S tier in speed farming tier list. Just because of teleport enchant, basically. But also, you have to see that most people never get to that point, right? Like, if you don't have like Giga cooldown and like Shaco and all that kind of stuff, and you have like your one tap reset on the teleport, then that's gonna go much slower. And almost no one playing has this kind of stuff. But yeah, in the late game you will. And that's why a lot of the Sorc stuff is in S tier and speed farming. Whereas like Spiritborn builds, for example, by default always just go fast. You found a razor blade, yeah, while leveling. At level 59, that's kind of funny. That would be really nice for the season start, man. What runes do I use a pen shot? Ahu Quacks. I don't know what the second one was actually. Can check the planner. Let's just build an evade real quick while we're here. Where's my Wuschnackbar? Here, ding, ding, ding. So when midnight's done. Storm Path, Potency, it's a 3G, damn. Yeah, I don't think I have that emerald actually. Oh wait, we don't need percent armor here. We have percent armor on the chest. Okay, it's fine, I guess. So here I put 2 to auspicious. And no other temper. Because I was thinking I would go evade cooldown, right? But maybe I don't. But I'm not sure what were the boots. Didn't I make boots? Pants actually. They will probably need a rest, but I have GA rest here. We can roll rest here if we need. And here. So I guess it's not going to be a problem actually to go rest. And here we can actually roll a lot of rest on all kinds of places. So what do we put on our pants? Just like decks alive like this here. Let's set this up real quick, I guess. Did I make my own planner? or evade. Well, at least I have my own Paragon. But we're changing this glyph here, I guess. Own is not gonna be it. So that's Colossal. We can go with the ring, I guess. God, we have so many guides here. And where is it? He has Colossal. But not this. He has First Breath. I'm not sure if I have a First Breath, actually. But it's 10 resolve stacks, so that's 20% from the Colossal Glyph, and then 40% here. And he has Focus, cooldown reduction. Seeker is a focus skill. And he's going Shroud. And Bug Sec. Sem Q. I think there should probably be more Sem Quax, I guess. Or Semtech. And then Quax here. Sending Vortex and Ravager. Res. He has crit damage. Ugh. Yeah, we definitely won't have any issues with armor, I think. We have a GA armor here and a GA armor there and a GA % armor. So there's no chance I don't need any armor. We already have 4k just standing here. Impenitent with 2 gems missing, no masterworks. Now the funny thing is I could roll dodge. I can actually roll dodge on these items and I might get to the point where I have 100% dodge chance. Maybe. Usually it's only possible with Shroud though. Dodge chance is 16% from stats. So yeah, if I get something like 15%, no, 25% actually. We need to hit 40% and then we get 100 from Mirage. Yeah, 5% dodge, there's no need for armor, exactly. So if you have 6 ranks to Auspicious, I'm gonna have enough barrier. This goes to 50. Because this Auspicious is gonna go to 3. I need like a lot of barrier gen if you wanna make that happen. So I might just do double Auspicious Temper. Yeah, he has evade cooldown and Storm Pillar potency. And loyalty. And this also gives us 60% cooldown. 100% potency. It's actually not bad compared to the Shaco. I guess the main problem is that we don't have so much Armored Hide casts. So you have to do Armored Heartseeker, Armored Heartseeker, I guess that works. You have to make sure that you constantly do that. And then this kind of makes sense. Okay, so the loyalty is not included. So loyalty does a 60% less from that, which is 30. Is 12. And then with Necro, you can cast it every 6 seconds. So every 6 seconds is kind of alright, but you kind of want to do it a little bit faster than that, I guess. Do we have the focus thing here? Is that included? Focus cooldown reduction, that is included actually. But there's no other possible source of cooldown reduction. Where can you find this kind of level 60 equipment? Well, you find the items with 3 affixes, and then you temper 2 from the blacksmith. This is how I get 5. Uniques always have exactly 4. So if I look at my planner here, what other clips is there besides Colossal? It's only Headhunter, I guess. Headhunter or Colossal. So here we have 16%. We have nothing, 16, and barely anything. And here we have a little bit, 10 and 10. So I think I'm gonna go for a Headhunter potentially, actually. If I don't go for the Midnight, what's that? The first Breath Ring. So redirected, vehement, annealing, and then here the option would be to go Concealed Aspect. There's a lot of life though on that ring, it's kind of nice. But we're just thinking around the full Masterwork NG all on the resolve stacks if we do this. The crit is useless, the vigor is useless. The Armored Hide passive effect is useless, so it's basically just life and resolve stacks. And life you can get on a normal ring as well. And Storm for the potency and a Concealed Aspect. So I think I'll do that. I gotta close the fucking window, man. This is too annoying. I have to mute all the time. I used upheaval to level the hardcore Barb. What's that on Rockbox? This was a laptop that I got from them. It's been like a few months ago. Okay. Otherwise the Paragon is similar, right? I was gonna take mine and change the glyph. Let me just set it up real quick. Yeah, a lot of glyphs already. Look at that. Also, Torchlight thing is in 22 minutes. So it's time for ordering some e-food. How about that? Yeah. And no Euros tonight. Okay, do we have Kenny? No. Do I really want to go this side? We need neither crit chance nor movement speed actually, right? There's dodge chance. I mean, Nugget is useless, but dodge is maybe not terrible. What? Okay. It's kind of funny how the board that is, you know, basically designed for evade actually has like these nodes here that do nothing. Jacked Plume, we got that. Convergence. Yeah, I was in Stockholm a few weeks ago. True. I was visiting Star Breeze Studio. They're making like an interesting new game. And they invited me there. We don't really have to go for this, I think, for now. What type of game? It's like a Dungeons and Dragons inspired RPG. I have some weird pack on board here. So Paragon boards actually look alright. Missing some of the glyphs and so on, but otherwise it's fine. We need a D&D inspired ARPG. I mean, D&D is like a very slow paced experience, generally, I'd say. Well, damage to it is perfect. Yeah. True. We have fucking 11 points left, what? What did I miss? Okay. Not true. So something like that, I guess, will be what we'll do. Now you could also catalytic skill get extra cooldown reduction, so you can cast it more often. That'd be also nice. You definitely don't need the attack speed. I guess you want to hold like crest. And then you want the DR. What's the time actually? Okay, 7:47. 30 minutes for the Torchlight reveals. Question about the Mythics earlier, or was that someone else? Well, what do you think happens? Okay, we can leave the rest here for now, I guess. Shaco. And we can finish this soon. Let's play a little bit. Okay. Now we got a raid from Nerdy White Boy. Hello. Thank you for the raid. I guess we're gonna do a little horde here, I guess. A hardcore mode where if you rip your entire account, it's rip. Yes, and you have to buy a new game license. He's gonna ban you. If you die, you're banned. That's basically it. Yeah, well, thanks, alright. How was your stream, man? With a soft hardcore mode where gear doesn't rip. Wait, then what does rip? That's your character. I mean, that's pointless. Like, a character is worth nothing. The gear is worth everything. I spent 12 hours working on Necro, first time back in the game since it released. Oh, welcome back, I guess. It's a lot to work on, I guess. I use the wolves, and it's for the pain gorges. And freezing. And vulnerable. So, if you haven't played since launch, like, what were like the biggest surprises? Like, what was the difficult to grasp, or like, you know, what were things you just kind of like found interesting, maybe? What's unique? This one. Oh, 268 actually. That's realized. Okay, quite a few paragons on this rogue. I think I found like 10 paragons or so on this guy. We're doing a lot of gem levels. We still have more to grind actually. They're 87. All 87 now. So we just found like tier 70 somethings. It will try to take me something like 10 hours to finish the glyphs. Like one day. They're all 100. It's actually not too bad, honestly. And it's free real estate. It's gonna be like another, I guess something like 10-15% power just on that. And this is Heartseeker Rogue. Yeah, it's a fun build. Can recommend. I'll make a video on this as well in like 1 or 2 days. Funny, episode attack speed, man, it's like a machine gun, you stand there. But yeah, I like the gameplay of Heartseeker, it feels very fun. I played a bunch back in Season 4. But back then it was based on Victimize. Had some double dip bugs. Oh, we have to hurry up actually. The Torchlight review is about to start in a few moments. We're gonna watch that, it's gonna be like half an hour or something, and then we're gonna continue blasting. What are those sentries that's shooting at the Divinante in D3? They're called sentries, yeah. Oh, what do you mean? I have a Shadow Clone here. So he's also shooting Heartseeker. The rest is wolves. Yeah, you don't have to do renown at all in softcore these days. You can just take the booster from Kawashad. There's a guy, but it's only for softcore. In hardcore you have to do renown. The arcane pillar things. Ah, this one is season power. Okay, last wave. Maybe hardcore next season then. I mean, renown is very fast these days. Like just by leveling up and doing the strongholds and like the random exploration on the way, you're already at like renown 3 in 3.5 or something. I could literally do like an hour of running around, taking statues and doing some side quests per zone, and you're probably done. How long is this season gonna be? Slightly less than 3 months. I think it ends like end of September. Okay, guys, more in a moment. It's Torchlight time. Yeah, with J Furion. Thanks for the 25. Yeah, Torchlight. Where is it? Cutting a bit close. Season preview. Here we go. So you're gonna be watching this, yeah? If you don't know, Torchlight is another RPG. It's free to play. Starts the next season next week. This is a hashtag sponsored co-stream for the announcements. And tomorrow, next week, we're gonna play it as well. I have a few hundred hours in the game. It's pretty fun. This should last like around half an hour. Booba.
Welcome everyone to the Torchlight Infinite Outlaw Season.
Let me go back to before after.
Your community manager. The Sandlord season introduced our first semi-AFK game mode for the upcoming Outlaw season. Where
is it a good sound or is it too low?
High stakes in mechanic. Our core focus this season is on satisfying action-packed gameplay, supercharging seasonal progression, and introducing some game-changing new systems for build crafting.
I'm gonna give some context if you guys have questions, so let me know.
We put extra effort into in-game events, including a new permanent in-game event which allows you to earn a legendary Battle Pack Spirit every season. But more on that later. Now, without further ado, let's jump right in.
It's a big change already. Yeah, setting Torchlight. Gonna be that actually. Gotta make a pin for this. What a traitor. Okay.
This season, as you blast your way through the Netherrealm, you'll encounter tower transport vehicles. This is the heart of the outlaw mechanic. When you engage them, the carjack begins. Escort bodyguards will try to evacuate with valuable tower supply caches.
I'm gonna up the volume a bit.
Your job is to hunt them down. When you defeat a bodyguard, their cache calls in waves of reinforcements. This creates a core choice. 1. Chase the bodyguards. Defeating them drops the supply caches. 2. Fight the reinforcements. Defeating them grants immediate rewards and currency.
Plus 20 decibel.
If you're strong enough to wipe out all reinforcements guarding a cache, you can crack it open for a payload of tower coins, the main seasonal currency, and special items for progression. If your build isn't quite there yet, you'll need to strategize.
It's a roguelike.
Keep chasing the primary targets,
RPG,
or
actually.
focus on clearing the reinforcements on screen before time runs out. Occasionally, you'll hit a special encrypted transport. These can contain direct open treasure chests.
Don't worry, there are
tower
builders in this game.
accelerators for a massive speed boost, or even trigger a chain multiplication event, potentially tripling or quadrupling your rewards from that encounter. Attacking tower transports will increase your crime rating. The higher your rating, the more notorious you become, unlocking access to black market bounties.
Also why they didn't have a loot further on there.
These are optional objectives that add extra challenges to your runs, like killing a certain number of elites within the time limit. Completing them grants bonus rewards. Higher crime ratings unlock higher quality bounties, including rare astronomical orders that can deliver a massive jackpot. Be warned though, The highest tier bounties require you to pay a deposit of tower coins to accept. But if you succeed, you get your deposit back with significant interest. It's a classic risk versus reward system for those who want to push their builds. Once you've stockpiled enough tower coins from your runs, you can finance a high stakes heist on the central vault. This is the boss run of the season. Inside, it's a race against time. Your goal is to crack open as many strong rooms as possible. But be warned, every vault you bust open raises the alert level, making the next one even tougher. Push your luck far enough, and you'll draw out the vault's chief security officer. Take him down to unlock the ultimate strong room and escape with a massive payout. We've designed this as a high investment, high reward endgame mechanic, and it will not interrupt your gameplay loop. They're designed as occasional high reward events to enrich your experience, and not something you need to do constantly. Just a spicy bonus for the bold. So, what do you do with the spoils from your heists? Throughout the season, you'll find tower tokens. These are your ticket to a new system for the high rollers out there. A pure gambling mechanic we're calling Hot Streak. There are 6 types of tokens, each used for a different project. The concept is simple. Take an item or a stack of currency, add the correct tower token, and roll the dice for a massive swing of fortune. Let's look at some examples. First, gambling on currency.
This is Torchlight Infinite.
You can bet a token on a
Check
stack of
the
fluorescent memory. You might multiply that stack several times over for a huge profit. Or you could lose the entire thing in an instant. Second,
it's like
gambling on
a
destinies.
diff card gamba
The
from
stakes get
PoE
even
kind of.
higher with your face. You can gamble a token on an undetermined fate for a chance to instantly upgrade a micro destiny slot into 3 medium destiny slots. It's a massive power boost if you hit, but if you fail, you're left with nothing. And next up, gambling on gear. Hot Streak also lets you take huge risks with your equipment, and this works on various rarities of powerful gear. Cleansing
Dude, why can't we get
items.
this kind of stuff in D4?
Let's say you have an Eternity with a failed corrosion. You can use a token to try and cleanse it. If you succeed, you have a god tier item. But if you fail, the entire item could be destroyed forever. Rerolling priceless gear. You can also use tokens on high-end priceless gear to reroll their base affixes. But be warned, a bad roll could leave the item with fewer base affixes than you started with. Next up is a huge addition to crafting. We're introducing Tower Sequences, a powerful new system for non-legendary weapons and shields. You'll choose from random colored chips over several rounds. If the final combination of colors matches a target sequence, your item gains that sequence's power. Each weapon or shield can have one sequence, but you can re-roll it until you get the one you
It's
want.
on Steam and
These
mobile as
provide
well.
not only rich stats, but also build-defining mechanics, some of which replicate effects from iconic legendary gear. Let's take a quick look at a few
Yeah, we don't want
examples.
to gumbo with gear, man.
Eternal Moment.
We still don't have
a
it
baby
in
version
D4.
of the Eternity Belt.
I keep telling them.
With this sequence, you have the
Please.
chance to gain temporary, low-level Eternal affixes when defeating enemies. And yes,
actually looks pretty cool.
these can stack with the real Eternity, opening up some wild gearing possibilities. Absolute Order. This weapon sequence fixes your order value at a perfect 100, and provides an additional effect that increases your order value. This could be a game changer for builds struggling to maintain order, potentially bringing new god builds back into the spotlight. Heart of Corona. A Spirit Magnus focus sequence that lets you place Spirit Magus skills in your active skill slots. It creates a powerful synergy, boosting your aura effects based on your number of Spirit Magi and vice versa. Foundation, a shield exclusive sequence that tackles mana reservation head-on. It automatically supports all passive skills with a level 30 precise restraint support. And the first skill also gets a level 30 precise sealed flow conversion. This is a massive quality of life for builds struggling with sealed mana. With nearly 200 sequences to discover, this system adds a tremendous new layer to both early game gearing and endgame min-maxing. So, where can you get such a great sequence at zero cost? Right inside the transport vehicle you hijack. In carjack missions, there's a chance for gear with built-in sequences to drop directly, saving you the R&D costs.
Maybe.
steeped in filth. Only the purest blade can cut through it like mercury, leaving no stain untouched.
This trait completely redefines her, shifting her into an attack-based character who scales power through mana. Here's how it works. Developing your mana now significantly increases Rose's attack elemental damage. Using attack skills accumulates Mercury, which expands the realm of Mercury that follows you. Here's the payoff. The realm requires the damage you deal to the highest rarity enemy within it. It then inflicts a portion of that required damage as AoE to all other enemies in the realm. Think about it. This allows you to run a skill with massive single target damage like Focus Slash and automatically gain incredible AoE clearing power. Perfectly marries single target boss killing with fast, efficient mapping. This trait also comes with a unique mana cost and restoration cycle, offering a refreshing new way to build a mana stacking character. The entire Imbue skill system has been upgraded and reborn as Focus Skills. Focus Skills gain charges when specific trigger conditions are met. Once fully charged, they unleash an extremely powerful effect. This creates a new build archetype centered around maximizing charge speed to unleash devastating attacks more frequently. Let's take a look at some examples. First, Acuteness Focus. Gains points on hit.
You think these animations
delivering
are
a
crazy
powerful
and
strike
fast?
at full charge.
You have seen nothing in this
Explosive
game.
support can turn this into a massive ground slam attack. Ice Focus. Gains points when damaging frostbitten enemies. At full charge, it creates a mobile ice storm that follows you, dealing damage and reaping damage over time from enemies. Thunder Focus. Gains points while moving, calling down lightning at full charge. Supports can make it strike additional times
New
or apply
characters are
stacks of
usually on
knowledge.
Battle Pass.
And the big one,
But they've
Flame
changed the
Focus.
system lately. They've
It gains
given
points
free-to-play
on
players
Ignite
a lot of
and creates
characters.
explosions when you defeat enemies. But its exclusive support, Flame Focus Blast, introduces a wild new mechanic. It allows your damage over time to benefit from critical strike damage bonuses. Now, the quick introduction above covers 5 different trigger methods for focus skills. If you're willing to invest a bit more effort and resources into development, you can further enhance the charge rate of focus skills, enabling faster activation of powerful abilities and taking your combat experience to the next level. We're adding a batch of new build-defining legendaries. Here are a few. The Trinity Chest Armor. When your attacks deal elemental damage, they are guaranteed to deal triple damage. The damage type is randomly chosen between fire, cold, and lightning. The catch? The higher specific element's flat damage is, the lower its chance of being chosen, forcing a delicate balancing act. Next up, the Quantum Convergence Gloves, an exciting new solution for synthetic troop minions. Minions consume life to use skills, gaining a massive damage boost based on the life consumed. This creates a new playstyle of balancing minions life sustained for maximum damage. Next up, the Solid River Helmet. For Spellburst builds, this helmet doubles your max Spellburst layers at the cost of reduced charge speed, enabling massive delayed bursts. The Mortal's Reverie Necklace. Designed for the new focus system, consuming focus points allows you to enter a supercharged state, providing a short-term explosive buff to your focus skills.
Yeah, you unlock the previous season's characters the next season. You can also get these
Next up,
hero emblems.
let's talk about some major changes we're
You can buy
making to
heroes.
improve build diversity. So we've heard your feedback. In past seasons, talent choices felt stale. You know, it kind of seemed like every build where you were going for a hammer-swinging berserker or a summoner, it kind of ended up following the same path into, the same warlock. So, we're blowing that wide open. First, the 6-god talent system is expanding. Instead of selecting just 2 branch talent trees, you will now be able to select 3 for a total of 4 talent trees. You'll be able to choose 2 core talents from your first panel, and then 1 out of 4 from the remaining trees, bringing the total number of core talents your character can have to 5. Also, more importantly, we're completely removing the distinction between primary and secondary core talents. This overhauls the Pedigree of Gods mechanic, and now it will grant you 1 to 2 random, non-repeating core talents. Our goal with this was basically to give you true freedom in your talent selections, and we can't wait to see the clever and powerful new builds you're gonna cook up this season. Let's take a quick look at a few powerful new build archetypes. First up is a new system for elemental builds.
Sounds like a nice
the
change.
core idea is to acquire flat elemental damage from multiple sources, but the real power comes from how you balance it. The keystone is a new legendary, Trinity. With this equipped, your elemental attacks always deal 5 times their normal damage. Here's the twist. The damage type of that 5 times hit is randomly chosen between fire, cold, and lightning. The more flat damage you stack of a single element, the less likely it is to be chosen for the big hit. To truly optimize this, you'll need to strike a perfect balance between all 3 elements. Next, some big news for minion-based builds. We're introducing a new playstyle focused on balancing the life consumption and restoration of your synthetic troop minions for huge damage gains. While it might sound like other self-damage builds, this version is different. Your minions are gonna hit their peak performance much faster. The core item is a pair of legendary gloves, Quantum Convergence. These cause your minions to expand life when they use a skill, but their damage then scales based on the amount of life they've recently consumed. Your job will be to stack minion life recovery on other gear to keep them in that high damage state
like another
without
Maxroll
letting them
collaboration
die.
coming with Torchlight.
And finally, the Berry Explosion mechanic, enabled by the Necklace of the Quenched Phoenix, is officially making a comeback. It's returning with 2 massive upgrades. First, its damage now scales directly with your total barrier amount. Second, and this is huge for build crafters, Berry Explosion skills can now trigger Spell Burst. By stacking life, energy shield, and berry absorption, you can create an absolute juggernaut of a build that excels in both offense and defense. These are just some of the possible combinations this season, and we expect them to shake up the meta. We've also been closely working on hero balancing. Let's talk about a hero who just shot way up the list, Carino. We know his Zealot of War trait has felt clunky and has been underperforming for a few seasons. We heard your feedback and we've given it a complete overhaul. The old version was hindered by complex mechanics and a slow ramp-up time. Our goal with this rework was to cut the complexity and boost the payoff. Here's what's new. First, we've completely removed the distinction between mobile and annihilator modes and have streamlined the old mechanics of heat up, scorch, and reload. The burning red state is now easier to enter and much more powerful. If you take the extreme heat passive, you can now skip the scorch state entirely and jump straight into burning red. While in burning red, you'll gain a substantial heat up effect to massively amplify your damage. And to keep your momentum going, killing elite enemies will now extend the duration of burning red, making for a much smoother and more satisfying mapping experience. We've cut the downtime and massively boosted Carino's firepower. Doubling down on this season's theme of flexibility and build freedom, we're also making some changes to certain affixes. First, powerful affixes are being freed from their usual gear slots. For example, the coveted Convert received erosion damage into elemental damage affix will no longer be exclusive to boots. We're also making it easier to acquire key stats like mana and persistent damage reduction through various progression systems, opening up more gearing paths. Finally, for our endgame players, Deep Space Anomaly resistance will be more accessible. You can now find these crucial survival stats as ultimate affixes on armor and as fixed affixes on hero memories. We heard your feedback about last season's changes to the Netherrealm, and this season we are making gearing up for survival in high difficulty content a lot more straightforward and accessible. Next up, the Netherrealm Atlas, aka the Void Chart. First, we're making some changes to the Profound Talent Constellation. We've added powerful new Prime Star talents, and one in particular is a massive game changer for your endgame builds. You know, all those small prerequisite nodes you have to click just to connect the different gameplay constellations on the board. We're adding a new Prime Star talent that lets you bypass that altogether. With this active, you can invest in any gameplay constellation you want without needing to spend a single point on travel nodes to path over to it.
Why can't we have
Of course, activating it will come at a cost. This will free up a huge number of talent points,
Where is it?
giving you significantly more power and flexibility to customize your farming strategies in the Netherrealm. We've seen your feedback on bossing strategies, and we're making some big improvements. We're adding new talents to the Void Chart that will allow you to spawn multiple high difficulty bosses on a single map, for greatly increased rewards. Combine these new talents with a new boss compass, and you can seriously amplify your returns if you're geared up for the challenge. We're also making 2 key changes to endgame rewards. First, secret realms will now spawn less frequently, but their rewards have been buffed to make each discovery more valuable. Second, for those deep space blasters, we are increasing the drop rate of the Sprout of Legends by an additional 200% in that count. Finally, here are a few huge gameplay optimizations to smooth out the grind based directly on your feedback. For cube runners, Flame Sand will no longer appear as a result of the rotation. You're welcome. Next up, dying in a subzone or submap will no longer punish your main map run. Entering areas like the Nightmare or the Terra's Fateful Contest will no longer consume revival attempts from the Netherrealm stage. In the Clockwork mechanic, the legendary boss Silverwing Dances will no longer replace one of your Clockwork Ballet games. Instead, she will now appear as an additional surprise encounter with her own exclusive pool of legendary gear drops. Next up, Sandlord's seasonal mechanic is being added to the core gameplay loop, and we've made huge improvements to the Cloud Oasis to ensure it integrates smoothly. We've massively accelerated the pace of Oasis construction so you can enjoy the passive benefits of the mechanic without it interrupting your main mapping loop. Here are the specific changes. Upgrade costs for all Oasis buildings have been reduced. The efficiency of acquiring new laborers has been greatly increased. Wages for lower-level laborers have been substantially decreased. Resource costs for trade orders on all floating islands, with the exception of Sand Island, have been lowered. And if you want to push the system even further, the Sandlord mechanic now has its own dedicated Netherrealm talent constellation and its own lineup of compasses. You can use this to boost the spawn rate of sand pirates and improve your coin gathering efficiency, turning the Oasis into a true gold printing machine. Next up, a new Watcher. After 10 long seasons of service, the Dragonbone Griffin is finally retiring. Taking his place as a new guardian of the Seal Forge is a formidable new opponent, Bladebreaker General Redscale. He's transformed the imaginary monuments arena into a sea of crimson blood. His combat style is relentless. He not only commands countless blood swords, but can also direct them to strike at you from multiple angles. Now, for our most dedicated endgame players, let's cover the new boss rotation in the Supreme Showdown. Your new challenge on floor 20 will be the ultimate version of your new Watcher, Supreme Bladebreaker General Redscale. In this form, his mastery of the blood sword is perfected. He will use them to create pools of blood across the arena, severely restricting your movement and making the fight incredibly dangerous. For the final honor duel on floor 21, the Supreme Sons of Rising Tide will return to test your skills once more. This season also sees the return of a classic showdown mechanic, Energon Bombs. And just a friendly reminder from us, while the damage boost from the bombs is huge, you do have to remember to throw them at the boss before they explode on you. As always, this season brings about a ton of quality of life changes. Let's very quickly go over all of them. First, we're optimizing the recycle system. You can now recycle miscellaneous items directly from your inventory, not just gear. We've also added a preview screen so you know exactly what you'll get back, and a new filter on the left to quickly select entire stacks of items for recycling. Sorting your bag will be easier than ever. To save you time running around town, we've also integrated several shops directly into the trader's interface. No more mapping expeditions just to visit a vendor. Next up, a huge one. Loot filters are getting a massive upgrade. You can now customize sound effects for your own drop alerts by uploading your own local audio files. That's right, if you want your personal anthem to play every time an Eternity drops, you can make that happen. Better yet, if you become a popular filter creator, you'll eventually unlock the ability to share your custom sound pack with everyone who downloads your filter. And yeah, I'm absolutely sure nothing is gonna go wrong with this. I can't wait. We're also streamlining the update process. If a creator updates a filter you're using, you'll now get a simple notification in-game. Just click confirm to instantly download and apply the latest version. No more manual checks. We've also made major upgrades to the trading experience. The Trade House price check is faster than ever. Now a major one, the price check button is now supported in all item UIs, so you can check an item's value from anywhere. No need to jump back and forth between menus anymore. We've also overhauled our server backend for more accurate and consistent pricing, reducing the strange price variations you might have seen between checks. This should ensure pricing data is more accurate and timely, reducing lag between display prices and the actual current market prices. To help players transition to mid-game, the upper limit for exchanging Flame Sand for Flame Elementium will be doubled from 500 to 1000. And then for our big hitters, we're again adjusting the damage cap mechanism. It's now calculated more frequently, every 6 frames, and the total upper limit has been doubled from 1.5 billion to 3 billion per hit. This gives those slow, heavy hitting builds more room to shine. Next up, to reduce downtime when you cause a massive loot explosion upon completing certain mechanics, we've increased the number of items that can drop per frame, from 3 to 10. We're constantly working on optimizing game performance. This season we've reduced the performance overhead when mobs die, allowing us to pack even more enemies onto the screen for a smoother mass clearing experience. And for our PC players, we've added Dolby Atmos support. Put on your headphones and enjoy a much more immersive audio experience. The positional sounds like wind of blades coming from whichever direction the blades move, providing a more immersive combat experience. As always, we've got a full lineup of events waiting for you at launch. Our new checking event, Outlaw Schedule, allows you to log in and complete daily activities to earn rewards, with the grand prize being a set of 10 Battle Spirit draws. Our main active event during the season is Outlaw's Order, during which you will complete seasonal gameplay objectives to earn points and unlock a trove of rewards, including Pack Spirit Crystals, rare seasonal Pack Spirits, upgrade emblems, and an exclusive weapon skin. We're also adding a new permanent catch-up event for all players. As you complete the main story and clear specific time marks in the Netherrealm, you can claim free Pack Spirits. This includes fan favorites like Happy Chonky, Cloud Gatherer Surging Gold, and Winter Darer Sky, as well as a legendary Battle Pack Spirit of your choice. Next up, let's take a quick look at this season's cosmetics. Finally, this season's new Pack Spirits. Need an assistant for your heists? Introducing Professor Source, a hacker companion. For more firepower, check out the new offensive combat Pack Spirit, Azure Gunslinger. And finally, we have Valkyrie's Night Patrol, a perfect companion for Rose's Unsullied Blade trait. The all-new Outlaw heist mechanic, a brand new trait for Rosa, the tower sequence progression system, a new focus skill system, tons of exclusive support skills, balancing changes, new legendaries, tons of quality of life, including custom loot filter sounds, which I'm sure are gonna go perfectly fine, new permanent catch-up events, and so much more. The Outlaw season is right around the corner, coming July 17. We can't wait to see you all on launch day. That's all for today, and we'll catch you all on the next one.
The gift code as well. If you already have an account, you can take this code and then get some goodies in the menu. Yeah, honestly, nice stuff. I think this was a pretty good review. So Thursday, guys, we're gonna log in. We're gonna have a stream or two with them. I just wrote it down real quick. Nice. Okay. What do you guys think? Let me like update the title and stuff again. We go back to D4. I'm not sure what kind of hero I'm gonna play. I guess I'm gonna check out some stuff soon and then we'll see. how to type with like 3 fingers. Okay, we're back here. New patch is coming on the 15th. Are we talking about Torchlight or are we talking about the 4th? Wait, you just got patch notes? Getting them? G4. Pog. We shall see. How much Torchlight have you played, Wonkers? I know I have like some people in my community that have played a lot of Torchlight. I usually like play it a little bit every season. Okay, 2, 3, 1. Let's see that. Payback. Pestilence. Razor Wings. Nice. I don't think this will matter too much because Payback is currently a Thorns build. But that is something. That is something. Okay. Fix an issue where Longtooth, the Rash, we could pass through the arena entrance. Okay. Balance updates. Metal trance. Increased lucky hit chance. Wait, how much patch notes do we have here? Okay, quite a bit. You played a lot of the season before the current one. That was your first time playing. Okay. How do you like it, Amongus? You went to T8 too. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, I've done T8 like a bit as well. But I really like the early game progression is really fun in Torchlight. Like I like the first 10 hours of a character or the first 20 hours or so, and then okay, you kind of keep going. It has like a very long tail end of progression as well. Like you can just keep getting insane upgrades to the point where you reach the damage cap. It's kind of nuts how that game works. But it's also funny in its own way. Okay guys, I still have this burger to eat here, so I'll do that while we go for the patch notes. Whoosh. Let's turn this thing on again. Okay. Let's see, Barbarian. Battle Trance is the Frenzy Amulet. Little swaps here. Damage bonus buff from 30 to 60. Oh, let's see that. How good is that thing right now, actually? So Duelist, this is 40% attack speed for one-handed. Frenzy, 2 stacks. Maximum stacks here, 60% increased damage. Yeah, other skills gain 55% attack speed. Okay. So you'll probably do something like that, I guess. I wonder if that's enough. Or you just don't play Frenzy at all because you have this here. So you can just get Frenzy stacks while doing this. And that could be how much? So you get increased attack speed. And it's only for Frenzy itself. Other skills gain 6 attack speed. So you can have 5 Frenzy stacks and then go to 7. So that works. So of the R especially. I think that's insane, the R, but you don't really want that. Double swing buff. Holder buff. By more than 50%. Rend. Ditch. Also upheaval 50%. Whirlwind. It's already popping off right now. That's nice. Once bump. I think we have that in B tier right now. Dude, they're buffing Pulverize. What? I wonder if they fixed the bugs with the weapon. Yeah, that is really weird. Because if they just bug fix the weapon, then Pulp is already the best build by far. Without the Spiritborn bugs. Like, that is really weird. Okay. Crone. Nerfed? Wait, what? Claw and Stormstrike deal 250%. Okay, so they moved 100% here, but they made it benefit for Claw. But you don't really care about Claw damage. At least in my build, I don't have anything for Claw. Okay, we'll see. Golem buff? Need to ask Crip about that one. Okay. What? Dude, insane. 100% on fucking helm. And skill ranks, life, armor, and 50% attack speed. Cap 2. What the hell, dude? Meteor. That is probably not enough. But Meteor is already a decent build. Okay, that's not bad though. I think it's gonna help Frozen Orb and Ice Shards a bit. Because Avalanche only works for Frost skills. It doesn't work for stuff like Azure Wrath, for example. So it's gonna help bring them closer together at least. Need to build ink, yeah. Okay, whatever. Wait. This sounds like it's gonna be cap 2. Because they call cap 2 temporary attack speed. So they moved Myriad Stone from cap 1 to cap 2. Which may or may not be a buff to some builds or a nerf. Ah, nice. Nice. Now, if only this affix actually worked and gave me anything after completing such a dungeon, that would be perfect. Okay. Clearing the pit now awards additional artificer stones. Holy shit. So you need 3 to open, and you basically just get them back. And here you get a lot of stones extra. Like, this season is kind of unnecessary because you get 4,000 stones for free from the season journey. But I like the system generally. Like, at this point, if you can like farm 85s, you are so fucking powerful that you don't want to do any other content really anyway. Right? You just want to blast paragons and you know, grind and gamble your loot and stuff. And then you actually stack up stones while doing that to then do a push at the end. That's nice. Completion mods for Judgement now include more salvage materials and forgotten souls in torment difficulties. Holy. And they buffed the material reserve. Yeah, I just salvaged like 10 sigils of that. Forgotten Wisdom has been adjusted. Modes will now split experience between party members instead of only granting experience. The maximum amount of nodes that can spawn the dungeon has been significantly increased, while the frequency has been reduced. Each mode now grants more experience. Monsters surrounded by other monsters no longer drop modes. Modes will no longer drop in strong room. Okay. Yeah, I think this is mostly why those modes just stopped dropping at all, because they hadn't this figured out, so that, you know, you can't exploit it and stuff. Well, let's see. I mean, this could be something. Only issue when playing the group, these orbs are shared. Well, now they're for everyone, right? So it's split. Interesting, actually. Solo player buff in Diablo 4. Solo player buff in my game. Really? Okay. Bug fixes. Now it gets fun. There's some stuff here. Does it change the crowing qualify as a buff or nerf? Honestly, it looks like a nerf, but I would have to take a look at my planner and maybe see if you can adjust it. Fix an issue where duplicate heraldic tomes could drop in strong rooms. Okay. Fix an issue where strong rooms sometimes did not appear when they should. That's a typical beat dropper patch note here. Fix an issue where swapping weapons would halt the spawn of anomalies. I don't know how many times I've counted beat dropper, one of our Maxroll Barbs, like reporting something breaking in the bug reports when you weapon swap. Like every season there is something. Including this one. This is beat dropper. Aha. Guys, it is time to finally pick up the blood relic. Nope. What? I have no idea what this patch note means. Ah. So equipment delve now might actually be something. I noticed I was farming equipment delve a few times, and like once or so I got a cache. But the other 10 times I tried it, I never got anything. Which is completely bugged. Ah, here. The Bloody Mess Nightmare affix. Oh, they mean a Dark Omen, huh? Apparently it had a different name at some point. Dude, what a bug fix. X-Files Corroded Signet, man. Has anyone ever used that item? I actually tried it back in Season 2 when it came out. I was making like a pen shot No. How the tables have turned, actually. How the turns have tabled. Is what you say, right? Back then, Season 2, I tried to make a pen shot spam build based on Lucky Hit. Sounds familiar? And it included X-Files. Fix multiple instances or killing objective monsters too quickly in various dungeons could block progression. There's also a problem like that on the stronghold in Dry Steps, the Temple of Rot. Maybe they fix that too. Aha. That's a Macrobio Boy patch note. I'll fix the Harbinger cache. This actually seems like a pretty substantial buff to golem stuff. So if the sacrificial aspect didn't work, and they just buffed that thing, maybe golems is actually like a build now. Anyone tried that? This was very annoying. I hate this bug. What? Holy shit, man. The Infernal Hordes rework is here, guys. Fixed an issue where the other counter Infernal Hordes would not appear. Wait, what? If the player entered from a Heraldic Strongroom. Wait, what about all the other times? Wait. Various stability, performance, visual, and UI improvements. Pork. Okay. Well, unfortunately, no puddle bug fix. But they did fix the opposite exploit. So that's good. Now I need to get ready for 1,000 questions on Tuesday. Where do I find opposite now? It's gonna be fun. But I am prepared, guys. I have the answer. So okay, some bunch of good stuff. So equipment delve is fixed. XP maybe a thing. Infinite stones. Legion's buffed. Dude, we are so back. Maybe. Also the materials buffed. Barb is S tier again. I mean, the overall Barb ranking didn't really change, I guess. Okay, I mean, Hoda's getting a pretty significant buff. But I mean, our Maxroll tiers are way larger gaps than this. So, just so you know. And, you know, maybe it will be on the verge of going from C to B or some shit now, and who knows. And same here. Nothing changed for Lunge. I don't think the Battle Trance is going to be included in something like Lunging Strike. Because adaptability, 350 maximum fury, like that goes on the neck, no question. But yeah, maybe. Watching on the phone is pain. Yeah, it's probably pretty small. Okay, but I mean, we are getting there. This is a lot of damage. Look at this, 175% weapon damage from just the swing at rank 1, right? Like, if you just look at how much damage this thing does just from using it, like the build that comes out of it at the late game remains relatively weak. But here, fucking 200% weapon damage on the swing. Like, the base value of this is actually so insane. Like, that is definitely the most puzzling patch note, yeah. Ah, wait a minute. I'm stupid. I read this again. So, they did not nerf this in any way. It says it casts at 350% normal damage. Now it says 250% increased. So that's the same value as before for Storm. Just Claw also gets a buff now. But realistically, it will help a little bit of single target, I guess, and that's about it. But I guess single target is what this build probably needs. Yeah. So Storm Strike is unchanged, but Claw does more damage. And that actually sounds like a nice change. But I still don't think that Claw is really contributing a lot. So it's mostly the Storm Strike. I need to check my build. Okay, let's see what works and what doesn't work for both. I mean, all of it works. This works, this works. This works, yeah, maybe actually, like every single item I have equipped works for Claw. So maybe I mostly disregarded it because I had this missing multiplier on the weapon. I only have 1 rank here instead of 5, but because you can move stuff. You have to attack twice. I'm not sure if attack twice also triggers Storm Strike twice. But you'll find out. Nagu Quacks. CRQ. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is actually fine. What about the Paragon though? So this is going to be a more interesting. So first we have Keeper. That doesn't work for Claw. Actually, it does work. This is fine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So this does not work. We're missing Thunderstruck 60%. This is fine. This does not work. Okay, so I'm missing a 60 and a 35. So roughly a bit more than double for Storm. And this is fine. And we're missing the legendary bonus on a glyph. So we're talking about the times 2.38 that we're missing for Claw. But it might still be okay to actually contribute. How much is the base damage on this thing? So Storm Strike with all these ranks has 222. And Claw with a bit fewer ranks has 264. So it has a bit more base damage. Basically like that. So Claw will do half of the damage of Storm Strike, almost exactly. With my current setup, if I don't tweak anything. So maybe there's like some stuff I can tweak. And this means Claw will contribute a third on single target. Where previously it basically contributed nothing, because this number was like a lot worse. Yeah. So previously I was doing 1/7 of the damage, or 1/8 of the total, I guess. Which now has risen to a third, while Storm Strike is unchanged. So yeah, single target damage is like noticeably better, I guess. Probably like in the range of 20-something% or so. And we can maybe make some tweaks to build into this. That's nice. Oops. Okay. I'm gonna wash my hand. And then we're gonna make some notes about this. BRB. Okay. So let's make a command for this. This is July 15. Okay. Okay. How important is located vulnerable for Druid? That depends on the build. I mean, some builds just have vulnerable. Like Storm builds, for example, do that pretty easily. But the Earth builds usually don't have built-in vulnerable, so you have to get it. Okay, so what are the biggest thingies? Okay. E1 is the patch. Okay. So first of all, Barb stonks. Question mark. So it's actually a week 2 patch, right? Yeah, two weeks in. Exactly. I mean, this is kind of small buff, aspect of pestilence. It helps a tiny bit. I mean, this is almost not worth mentioning. Razor Wing's a bit buffed though, this is kind of nice. Stinger. Payback. Rota. Maybe let's say like big buffs, small buffs. Pulverize. Evil. As I can much understand, like Rend. What was there? Whirlwind. Battle Frenzy. Not sure if that is even gonna be used for anything. It's double swing. Bones Barb. Okay. Bug fixes. Infinite Opticide. Season exploit. What else? Equipment. Delve works. And faster. Updates. XP. Goes. Split between party. And much more. And better. Who knows? Okay. Meteors also. Big buffs actually comes to ice builds. Frozen on nice shots. Okay, let's see notable updates. Infinite paid keys. That's kind of big. After T70 plus. Myriad Stone. That's cut 2. Necro. Pulp even better than that. That is surprising, I gotta say. Yeah, this is important actually. This will change a lot of builds a bit. Myriad Stone is 30% cap 2 attack speed. That's kind of legit. I think I will go to many builds now. Like a lot of people are running like idle from below and shit. I think it's gonna do Myriad Stone now if you can keep that up. What else? Tons of bug fixes. Butcher from FX drops loot. Weapons swapping. Breaking. Anomalies. Oh yeah, right, big buff. Blurry Helm. Death Mask of Dimitruk. No, how is it called? Nimitruk? How the fuck? Nirmitruk. Almost. Okay. Actually, does it go into a big or does it go into the small buff category? 70 to 100, I suppose. Let's just say fucking flurry. Okay. Easy. Yeah, flurry is already in the mid-90s anyway. So that's gonna be another probably like 2+ pit tiers from that. But more importantly, you get a level 60, you kill Beast, you equip the helm, and you have a helm that's like twice as good as Perdition. If you were ever wondering about the definition of power creep, there it is. Heather counter. Heather counter imports. Maybe. Very stability, performance, visual, and UI improvements. Full stop. Okay, so I guess that's it, right? And anything else in terms of updates? I have had Legion events are back, maybe. And material reserve buffed. So yeah, I think this is like very important. In that sense, it's important, yeah. Okay. Let me just double check if I missed something. Meteor. We have that. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's it. Alright. Time for a little recording, guys. Let's put this here. Okay. Hi YouTube, I'm recording live on stream right now. We just got some patch notes for patch 2.3.1 coming on July 15th. This is Tuesday, so 2-week patch with a bunch of little updates. So I have a list here. There's this also linked down in the description if you want to see all of the patch notes. There's a lot of bug fixes in there that I'm not going through. A bunch of smaller stuff here, but I have the highlights ready for you guys. So just real quick to update you about what's coming. So first of all, they're doing a pretty big change here with pit keys. So they have infinite keys actually. So this is here where after tier 70, you now get Artificer's Stones back from running the pit. So you pay 3, you get 2 to 3 back up to tier 84, and then you get 4 to 6 back, and then you get 8 to 9 back after certain tiers. So this effectively means you can infinitely sustain as long as you can farm at least tier 70 or okay, at the very least after 85 you can sustain it infinitely, or you know, you can almost infinitely sustain it before that. I guess that's kind of nice because it makes Paragon grinding to 300 relatively smooth. You key up your character, you farm all the other stuff in the game, and then pit is where you farm the gaunts basically, and you slowly grind up your glyphs and all that kind of stuff, so you can just like never leave that system. So that's kind of interesting. And a pretty huge boon. I guess not so much this season because you actually get like a ridiculous amount from the theme or from the season journey, but I guess for future seasons this might be important. Then we have Myriad Stone. This is the attack speed Horatic Jewel that goes to cap 2 the way it sounds like. So that could be pretty interesting, and we'll probably make some builds change that or use that now. So you keep that in mind if you were like min-maxing your attack speeds. So you might have to do some updates here. The Nightmare Dungeon experience globes, speaking of paragons, are also changing. So first of all, they're going to be split between party members because previously only the person picking them up got it. And it now doesn't just like end halfway through the dungeon the way it sounds. And they made it like not work with like infinite spawning monsters and stuff like that. And not in strong rooms. And apparently they also give more XP. Now, how much? I don't know. The way this works right now is that it's pretty decent to do Nightmare Dungeon sigils with experience globes when you're leveling 1 to 60. It's actually like one of the best farming strategies or the leveling strategies. But if you're trying to get paragons, it's completely worthless in the later difficulties right now. So this needs to be a very substantial buff to really get anywhere. But at the very least, maybe it's gonna close the gap a little bit, and maybe Nightmare Dungeons is like an okay alternative, or something where at least you can kind of progress your paragons while doing other stuff outside of the pit. But we'll see. Then there's also an update to Legion events. So there's going to be a lot of materials, salvage mats, so it probably includes like all the legendary mats and stuff, and Forgotten Souls in Torment difficulties. So that might be a thing now to target farm them. Previously, the only real way to get this was farming bosses, which was pretty much the answer to everything. If you want gold, you farm bosses. If you want souls, you farm bosses. If you want crystals, you want to farm bosses, and so on. So maybe we farm other stuff now, we'll see. But it definitely sounds exciting, and Legion events might have a reason to exist again. And they're also buffing Material Reserve, so it's kind of similar thing. Material Reserve is a Itemization affix that does kind of the same stuff. It drops souls and some, you know, salvage mats and so on. So maybe that is really good now as well to kind of stock up on those mats, and you don't just have to farm bosses now. So yeah, that's kind of interesting here. We have a bunch of build buffs here, so we have this up here. There's a few little things on the Spiritborn, especially Stinger, Payback, and Razor Wings. I actually played Razor Wings the other day. That was pretty decent. So that's getting a bit better than that. So that's nice. And then we have some big buffs here. So like big buffs means like 50% plus. We have like some big update here on Hoda, for example. Upheaval, they're getting some chunks. Frozen Orb, Ice Shards on a Sorc. We're talking about direct damage Ice Shards, not Asheraf shenanigans. Realistically, I don't expect that to be enough to really beat like Ice Shards with Asheraf, for example. And I don't think that Frozen Orb is really getting somewhere. But it is something. And we'll see where they land. Golem Necro is getting some significant buffs, so if someone is trying to try that, it already got some update before the season launch. And Flurry as well is getting buffs, so that is really good. So in general, Rogue has basically just good builds now, with the exception of maybe Rapid Fire. So that's kind of interesting. And yeah, we'll see about the Barb core skill stuff here. So I'm not really that hopeful that they're really making a huge comeback. They're kind of far down right now, but it is one step in the right direction at least. We have some smaller buffs as well. So I mentioned these. There's Pulve buff, which is very surprising considering Pulverize is basically the number 3 build in the game or so right now. And that is going to probably advance to number 2 now. And if Spiritborn's bugs are ever gonna get fixed, then Pulve is like the number 1. And not just that, unfortunately, they didn't fix the Pulve puddle bug. So when they do that, then Pulve is definitely at the top, behind the Spiritborn at least. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, very surprising, but okay. A bunch of other stuff here: Rend, Whirlwind, Double Swing, Thorns Barb, Meteor. They buffed the Battle Frenzy Amulet. So I'm not really sure if that is going anywhere, but there is a higher chance to get frenzy stacks now, and there's 60% damage bonus instead of 30% damage bonus. So at the very minimum, this sounds like a pretty good like starter amulet when you're first gearing out a Barb. I'm not sure if that's really gonna make its way into any builds though, so we'll see about that. And then there's a bunch of like important bug fixes. So number 1, I guess, is the Infinite Opticite thing from the season quest. So you can now pick out the Blood Relic, guys. And, well, don't worry, we have many other good ways of farming Opticite. I will be talking about that. Then we have Equipment Delve now works, and it's like faster channels and gives you better stuff. So that was one of the Itemization affixes that was just kind of like broken and annoying. Then we have Butcher now drops loot when he spawns from the affix. That was a bug. Weapon swapping with anomalies works. Ether counter in hordes, maybe. There was a very interesting patch note about it is now showing when you teleport in from a Horatic strong room. It's this here. But I don't think this was really the problem. So who knows if that is actually fixed. And of course, various stability, performance, visual, and UI improvements, guys. So this is the patch. Yeah, there's a little bit more in there, so you can go read up. But otherwise, this is kind of the rundown. So let me know what you think. Otherwise, I think this looks like a pretty good update. Maybe gonna get more. I suppose the following week we might have another patch that probably fixes maybe some stuff like the pulverized puddle bug and so on. And who knows, maybe there's some other bugs and buffs in there. But yeah, for now, this is what we got here. I would expect another update the following week, because usually Blizzard is doing like the first like 1, 2, maybe 3 weeks patches these days, and then they're kind of like letting it roll until the next season. So this is what we're gonna get for now. Otherwise, hope you enjoyed this. Just a quick update on what's coming. I'm gonna keep you guys posted, especially on patch day. We might find some unintended or, you know, undocumented changes or something like that. So stay tuned for that. Otherwise, see you guys next time. All right, 7 minutes 55 flat. Okay. Printed. Yes. What's the puddle bug? Sometimes it doesn't splash, and that is a pretty big damage loss. And it seems to have to do with terrain. When you have like uneven ground, basically it bugs out. So it's kind of oof. Yo, thanks, Tom. Campfire July 15. No, patches July 15. What do you mean bug? It's a feature. The Balazan currently always has 0 vigor. Do you have the reactive ooze season power, and do you have the lucky hit restore resource on the weapon? So make sure you check those two. And if you don't, then remove the Quack's Rune for now. Will we see a buff to Dance on Ice anytime soon? I don't think so. I think likely Dance on Ice is going to get like some unique or so that makes it an actual endgame build. Because realistically, Dance on Ice is very good from level 1 to Torment 3, and then it just falls off a cliff. So if they make some kind of like late game item for it, that maybe gives us like some kind of like a late game scaling as well, that would be ideal. So maybe an item that kind of like starts bad and then gets better as you go, kind of. Since the early game is already superb. So I need to do something like that for the Dance on Ice, I guess. And not just like throw a bigger number on it. Reactive ooze season power. Cows. It's this one. Anyway, log in. Spiritborn bugged? Yes. In many terrible ways. Mostly making it way more powerful than it should, but only under very specific circumstances. Which needs you to learn exactly how the damage works in order to understand how to deal damage. And it's extremely inconsistent. But yeah, mostly the Jaguar Hall double dips on a bunch of stuff. Fell Soothsayer aspect doubles on a bunch of stuff. And also you can execute enemies, and Fell Soothsayer thinks you're dealing damage to them. Which is a special kind of fun. It allows you to like do, I don't know, hundreds of, I don't know, dozens of quadrillions. I don't know how much damage, a lot of damage. Depending on how high you can push. Is Max Visas preferred on Marathia? Depends on the builds, but all the basic builds run at that ability, so they all benefit from extra maximum resource. And in some cases you might just be capping out on attack speed cap 2 anyway. Yeah, I have to take a look at my planners for Spiritborn and Broke as well, and see about the Myriad Stone. I guess Myriad Stone is going to go into many builds now. 30% of cap 2 attack speed is pretty big. But maybe it would be wise to confirm on patch day if that is actually working the way it does. In the way it says. 9 Legends with XP epics have a good value, yes, it's always there. So, the other question is, what about these escalation sigils and stuff? Do I care about those? What's my auto-side count here? 80k, it's not bad. Maybe I'll do a bit of like escalation. Before patch notes, good, mid, or bad? Well, actually I didn't give like any ranking for that. It seems like a good patch, but nothing like extraordinarily like game-changing. Besides, I guess, the infinite pit keys, that's kind of a game changer, but on the other hand, not really this season at least. It's something for the future. Because this season you effectively have infinite pit keys. Because they give you 4,000 from just the journey. But I guess in the future they will not do that. And then you're supposed to like just, you know, grind a certain tier where you just get pit keys back. So it's actually a nice system. Like you're supposed to go to like at least pit 70 as a speed farming pit. And that's kind of like what you're shooting for. And I think that's kind of like a nice target. And then you get infinite pit keys. Escalation is the best option for up the side. Well, until Tuesday, there is a better option. And escalation is actually not that great, because it's just like random 9 dimensions, and I think that up the side doesn't actually go up between the tiers. So the best outside of the season exploit is the strong rooms and the refinement tributes. They're kind of like even in terms of up the side per minute. But both are finite. With refinement tributes being more finite, I guess. But yeah, I guess strong rooms are better because they also give you a bunch of other loot. But they're not as straightforward because I actually have to run with engines. Is Heartseeker C tier? They make it stronger last week. Is it ranked in C? Yeah, I mean, this is basically what a C tier build looks like, I guess. What the hell is this dungeon? What am I doing here? Didn't really open any of the chests. Did it really happen? Equipment delve. I'm gonna have Flurry on Tuesday. I didn't really have any plans for Flurry. But I still have like a 3GA helm, I guess. Maybe. But maybe I was just gonna do something like a Flurry season starter in season 10 or something. That could also be interesting. Like Flurry is just like this like super nice, smooth progression build now, I guess. I think Flurry is worth now to play with the new change or not. No, it's already worth to play. It will be worthier. Can't believe they didn't fix the puddles. Yeah, it's a bit sad. And it's not the end of the world they didn't do that, but it would be nice if they had done it. In Flurry, it's kind of weak. Yeah, it's like a little bit weaker than some of the other top rogue builds, but not by much. It has pushed somewhere into the mid-90s already. And with this, it's gonna get closer to 100, I guess. And I mean, besides that, it's like a really good leveling build. It's like, you know, really good to do everything in T4 and stuff. Hi, Joel. They fix the palace to be number 2 in pushing? Yeah, for sure. I think a bug fix to the palace would be... okay, it would probably not really raise the maximum potential that much, because, you know, the best clears on Druid are already done in runs where the puddle generally works, else it wouldn't clear that high. But it would definitely make it overall feel much more consistent, and it would probably go up still a little bit of tiers. 2-3 tiers, I imagine, or so. Okay, good news is, I have this free GA Flurry Helm. Maybe we're gonna try to sell it on Tuesday. Up. It's the easiest to play at T4 level I can do Ubers too. Oof. There's many easy builds that have no problems against Ubers. I guess one good build is like Pulv, or maybe the Hydra Sorc. They're like overall just like, you know, good, fast, tanky, powerful. Everyone's getting more buffs. Well, none of the meta though. So. You can do the Whisper of Tree cache loading, yes. I've been doing this all the time. How much more gold do I need? I don't know, actually. But you know, I might really want to do some big like pushes and stuff. I was kind of like enjoying the Druid push, and you know, maybe I'm gonna go for like 110 on the Druid now or something like that. That'll be a nice goal to reach. And then my Spiritborn, I want to try to like, you know, Giga Masterwork it. It kind of needs it, so I actually live. And maybe gonna try like 120 on the Spiritborn or something. Nightmare bug is already gone with me. It's actually wild. People are selling spots for Attribute of Ascendance for 70 million gold. Like 70 million gold for half a mythic? It's actually a fucking steal. It's a 50-50. Maybe I should just buy myself in there. I mean, I can. I can do that 50 times. That's a lot of mythics. If that's right. Yeah, 70 million gold. I might try this a few times here and there, just get some extra mythics. Since I lost 2 to the bugs. Actually, I lost more than 2, wait. I lost 5 mythics to my characters. Oh shit, someone is offering a 4GA Wushnak Pa. Holy. We have 290. Well, that's an item. PB is not just decent, it's actually the best rogue build right now. We are so back. What guides are I going to start with? Anything works right now. Every class has decent builds. Most meta are Spiritborn, Sorc, Druid. I don't monster bait. Yeah, Twisted Raid's very good right now. Chance offering. And Dark Omen. How about Poison the Bee? Yeah, that's the best build on Rogue. Fingers are detail and Maxroll unique tier list. I should probably move that up, huh? Well, we didn't really expect it would, you know, be functional the way it is. You know, because we didn't know how much they fixed it, but it seems like they fixed it relatively completely. So yeah, it should even go up a bit. But we were kind of pessimistic before season start about that. That's also why some of the basic builds actually went up on the tier list, because Pain Gorgeous just works way better than expected. Where previously it was just like bugged to shit, and they actually made it okay now. true entrepreneur needs a problem in order to provide a solution. And what is that about now? You get a 4GA Pangorge's perfect aspect. Yeah, that thing is fucking stonks. This season. Knows it. That's funny. I've done a lot. Like, I mean, I play many RPGs, and I usually like to try to like finish the game. You know, if we're talking about like PoE, for example, I always like just taking a character and like killing all the Ubers. So that's what I've done like this league, for example. But I only had like the first weekend to play, so I played like a good build. I played trade and then, you know, just blasted the Ubers one round. But I only went to like level 94, for example, which is not really a lot of gameplay. And yeah, PoE 2, I played a lot more, like back in April. I did SSF, all of the T4 encounters, which was fun. Last Epoch, we had the world first race, that was fun. I mean, there's also other RPGs that I don't take that seriously. Like, for example, Torchlight is coming next week. We just watched the announcement and stuff earlier. And, I mean, I do play that. And I have like a few hundred hours. But I don't really, like, you know, Giga Try Hard race or something like that there. There's only like so many games where I can kind of do that realistically, I think. P2 big patch in August. Yeah, it's 29th of August actually. They made a post. Much later than I had thought. I thought it would be at least 3 weeks before that, but okay. Well, at the very least it will be like after all the other stuff that I have going on in August. So I can like play the PoE 2 uninterrupted. It's just unfortunate because of the timing of last Epoch. Like right after last Epoch. And during the launch of last Epoch, I'm not even here really, I'm at Gamescom, so it's kind of fucked. I don't like that. For V4 I need some handicap in order to be interesting. What do you mean, like having like 10,000 times less boss materials and permadeath is not a handicap? And also no gold? What handicap do you want me to have? I think they will scale back the campaign difficulty in PoE 2. They've done a lot of like patches already, like over the last few months. And the game has kind of become pretty faithful, I think. So Blizzard did not invite me to Gamescom, but I am planning to go there. Is Maxroll still interested in coming Torchlight? No. I don't think that's coming back. If we don't get Gamescom announcement, yeah. Pretty sure they will do a Gamescom announcement.
All finished, are you?
Regar, that's another quick. Actually have the stuff. Exactly 12. I gotta say, Heartseeker is like such a nice all-round build. Like it's kind of just like does like everything well. It feels nice. Wait, I wonder how good the Legion events are gonna be on Tuesday. I'm gonna try some. They said Midnight is getting revealed on Gamescom. Interesting. Then it definitely sounds kind of likely that they're gonna do All City 4. Can I get like any Whisper Dungeon going here? No. There's Vile Hive and Hive. Oh, fuck. What I'm doing Whispers for? I want to boost my Sorc. I have basically everything I need to play the Sorc now. So I want to get that set up and going soon. Some tips to not die to every boss. I'll make sure your armor and the rest are kept and you have a good life pool. Get to make max life GA everywhere. Like every single piece basically you want to have max life GA. Well, the big stuff you have to dodge. There's no way around that. One thing you can try if you have is a Shroud instead of a Razor Plate. You'll do less damage, but in T4 content you can get away with that. Some people also do that for pushing, but that is for some different reasons. And this might help you. We're gonna do one round of consumables, and I think I'm gonna go on evade after this. Yeah, so someone said apparently somewhere it says that Astaroth drops Mythic, so I'm not sure where it says that. Similar to like the layer boss tooltip where it says Mythics can drop here. But on the other hand, I have not heard from people getting Mythics from Astaroth. Or maybe some people have, but you know, it might just be like a random, you know, 1 in 1,000 drop or something. Hey, Joe. That's just buffing everyone. Well, that's technically true, since they are making adjustments to certain things that affect every single build. Like Legion events are buffed, Ambulations are buffed. I mean, practically most of the buffs that they do are not really impactful enough to make a dent in most cases, I guess. One exception might be Battle Trance, but I'm not really sure in what build. Subtract Double Swing maybe? Might run Battle Trance now? Oh, who knows? Dawn class getting buffed. Yeah, maybe I should wait until Tuesday. But realistically, it's not really an impactful buff. So maybe I do like some more like Spiritborn stuff until Tuesday, and then I try Stormclaw on Tuesday. Or I can do Earth Spike until then as well. I can start with Earth Spike on Druid. It's something I wanted to play as well. You didn't get a single Scatter Prison in 10 hours of farming. Yeah, you get them mostly from world bosses and from goblins. So I'll just like do some world bosses. What Earth Spike first. I mean, there's no changes to Earth Spike coming anyway, so I can just play that now. The Spike is on a strong side. Yeah, I played on PTR already. I was pretty decent there. What runes was I using for both? In the planner. Pink Bug Jar and then Full. Igni Full for the most part. Was just like easy Vuln and Freeze. Crazy. Still one cycling this guy on a 77. Oh. Oh. 16% upgrades in a row. Nice. Board also doing some Earth Spike. Looked a little Resident Sleeper. A lot of screen clutter. Yeah, it was already a lot of screen clutter. Now I just got more. Because you have 2 lines now. Why did they buff Polarize? I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, maybe next season they're gonna nerf the Rotting Lightbringer a little bit. Like, bug fix it and, you know, maybe load the number to 400 or something instead of 600. And then it's Polarized buff would also make some sense. So you have like a bit better early game. And not everything just hinges on a weapon. Passive Victimize is not so good. You can use it, but it's weaker than Close Quarters. It's like very comfy though, you can just shoot, don't have to do anything. I hope Shred finally gets fixed. Oof. There was no word about Azure Wolf, right? Dude, if they ever fix Azure Wolf, I might play some Shred as well. But yeah, last time I tried it, it was no fun because of that. Because it just like didn't work properly. Would I log in? Double swing? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm buffing some of the core skills on Barb, and we've been waiting for that. But this is not enough. It's something, but it's not enough. But I guess they're like, you know, somewhere like a more playable territory now, so we'll see. Then we have to see that they also did nerf monsters this patch. And I played Double Swing last season. As actually my second build of the season after my ice shards ripped to the Undial bug. So I actually progressed the most with Double Swing. I played like 60 hours or something. And I mean, it was fine. you guys think about this infinite hit keys system? Even grinding pits of iron didn't feel like I needed to farm keys. Yeah, this season in particular they made it so you just have enough keys here. I think it's 6,000 keys. You get 4,000 from just the season journey right now. But yeah, other than that I would have to go out of my way to farm keys, but you're doing a lot more diamond dungeons these days and stuff. So you get keys there. Going to be really good farming build? Yeah, they buffed it now, right? Druid pulverize was just like numbers buffed, the skill itself. So that affects pulverize from any point in the progression. My Sorc didn't get a buff. Speed 150, no bug. That was a bug, and that's already fixed for a little while. I did do patch thoughts. It happened around 1 hour ago on the stream. And I played Double Swing a lot as well. I played especially in Season 2 and Season 3. Back to back, actually. That was fun. Double Swing was really good back then. We're sent out charge when buff was default viable. Yeah, I'm not sure how weak Rend is. I think before season start our buffs are kind of in the spam mode about Rend. But there is this unique ring for it, right? Where you can combine it with charge. So maybe. Wudijo, peep. What's the point in these buffs if there's Sorc which surpasses everything? Yeah, I mean, a buff to everything but Sorc sounds like a good idea in that case, no? Even if Sorc remains the top build, or the Hydra remains the top build. I mean, there's plenty of other people playing other classes, or even other builds on the class. It's almost exactly the same ping gorgeous this guy is selling. Maybe I get one for backup.
bad, friend. All finished, are you?
Anything good in the patch? Yeah, the biggest thing is infinite pit keys, some buffs to various skills, top to side exploit is fixed, Legion buffed, Nightmare Dungeons buffed. Maybe we're gonna get an alternative XP farm, not just pit. So we'll see, I guess. It's kind of hard to tell from the patch notes. Yeah, overall a nice little patch, I guess. Yes, there's an outside exploit. It's not like a very crazy thing, but it's a bit better than the alternatives. Didn't make the pets pick the XP globes. If you make the pets pick the XP globes, then you can just well give the monsters more XP and be done with it. No, like the fun part is picking up the globes and seeing the big jumps in the XP bar now. And the pit keys. I need to farm certain tiers to reach that, but yes, you can like infinitely sustain keys and even get a surplus. You can get more keys back than you spend. So you can stock up for ults and for pushing and stuff. Experiences don't scale with Paragon, they scale with the difficulty, and that's about it. But that is like very little. I think Barb, Holder up here will move up in tiers. Yeah, if they're like very close, like I don't know where they are right now, but let's say they're like at the very top of C tier or some shit, then maybe they will move to the very bottom of B tier now or something. Like the gaps that we have between the Maxroll tiers are pretty large, way larger than those buffs. You know, like the typical jump is something like times 3, times 4, I think, between tiers. So like, you know, B tier is like triple as good as C, and A is triple as good as B, and so on. So something like that. I'm not sure exactly where it's like currently at. So yeah, like a, you know, 50% buff is a relatively big buff, but that might not be really moving the needle too much in most cases. Because the gaps are just so large. XP doesn't scale with Paragon level, really? I can't really say I noticed them give me like just pretty much anything at all. I checked the numbers a few times and it just deemed them worthless. And that was the end of it. And the higher Paragon I am, the less worth they become. So that's also something I noticed. So whatever this patch brings, it has to be a pretty massive buff to those XP globes. And I mean, I think it's okay that Pit is like the place for XP. I think that probably makes sense since it has like the highest enemy difficulty. And you can go up in tiers and so on. So, you know, it's just kind of this like late game grind, and you just grind it out while grinding your glyphs, and you get some XP on the way, and it actually all kind of makes sense, I think. But I don't really like that anything outside of the pit is completely worthless. Like, I can play entire days not getting a Paragon level. And then I go into the pit, and in like, you know, 1 hour I get a level up or something. Like, that is just not really right, I think. It's shade as hell. I don't know, I generally like grinding the pit, but you know, there needs to be, let's see, more. Like the pit itself, considering how important of a game system it is, I think it just needs updating on how it works, what we find in there, customization, you know, the pacing. You know, we need stuff like Oculus rings from Diablo 3, or, you know, features like Square's necklace to, like, for example, also make pushing more interesting in the pit and so on. Some solution to the boss damage or boss scaling, because you know, we have like on the extreme end we have builds that clear the pit in like 2-3 minutes and then fight the boss for 12 minutes. Like, I mean, that's just not right. Needs to be some more cooking done here. Okay, 2 seconds left on my potion. Perfect. Nice. Got exactly 1 level up on all the glyphs in half an hour. Not terrible. This problem exists in D3. Yeah, not really. D3 does everything that I just explained, just a ton better. Yeah, we had the problem of boss scaling and so on, but then we got a solution to it. But also, you know, like the greaters in D3 are just like better designed, better iterated on. And you know, like Pit has been in the game for like, what, 1.5 years now. And it has been almost completely untouched. Yeah, they changed one boss to another boss. Everyone hated the previous one, and everyone hates the second boss even more. And what else? They did like some experiments with the tormented boss stacks and then removed that. But I mean, outside of that, you know, even fundamental flaws, like just not having enough monsters in the fucking pit to spawn the boss, have been completely neglected. For what reason, you know? Why is there not a 3rd floor minimum? You know, this kind of stuff. Like, this is like the most obvious things. And then, you know, we have just like, in general, like making the pit more fun, making pit pushing more interesting and more skill-based and so on. Like, there could be so many little tweaks. But don't worry, guys. At some point, we're gonna get the Pit 2.0 season. And it's gonna be fun. Oh my god, I have like negative movement speed here on this character. Holy. I'm gonna do a bit of evade now. This time I mostly set up this character already. He did get one gone though, holy. Let's just take that. We also got this thing earlier. That was nice. Ugh. I don't think I need the res, but I need to check. I want to hit the evade cooldown here. I mean, how much evade cooldown do we have? Let's do something like this. So this is 57, you want 59, right? Can I scroll this thing? Do I have an alternative? Okay, there is no alternative. So if I pick that thing, that's gonna suck. So we can just hope for the best. Okay, how far will this go? It's at 23. It has one hit and 30%, so it's this. And it's gonna be this. So we're gonna have pretty much exactly what the guide says, so it's a 59%. Well, okay, here I guess he wants supremacy mostly. Nice. Nice. Oof. Your ultimate damage is completely worthless, but okay. I probably don't mind to get Dex, but I think I want to start with Bone Feather. Seriously. I still have not tempered this thing. I have 2 to auspicious. And here we can do resilient. I mean, you have a lot of life already. We're playing evade, so we generally just like not really in danger of anything. Resilient will be mostly something for like T4 lair bosses or so, where I would care about that. But we just put auspicious, then we have a lot of barrier generation. How much do we have here? This should be 30. Okay, 30. Then barrier, and here. This is like another 12, 25. Let's say 40%. We have 70% barrier gen. So we would need 6 ranks in Auspicious to reach 100%. And guess what? We're gonna have exactly 6 if I just up this. So we could do just Resilient. Don't need the armor, we already have 5k, no problem. And this is not even properly masterworked. So I think we are doing Resilient. Armored Hide, active duration doesn't really help me because you want to cast it every 3 seconds anyway. I'm resilient, man. 7 tries. Dude. That was close. We have 11.32. So we have 3.7 seconds. If I imprint this, then we'll have the easy peasy armored hide permanently. And a block. And the unstoppable, so we kinda should do it. Because right now I don't have enough cooldown. I need a GA Shaco, I guess, if I want to do this without the aspect. It's kind of funny. Just having the GA here would probably allow me to get another offensive aspect. It's kind of wild. I already have defensive cooldown, relatively good rolls. What do we do here, actually? I can put Craven. Not Craven. Slaughter, so it's 20% movement speed in town. Pog. Actually, funny enough, I could do Sky Power. And then play the Mythic Circle. There was some block, free concussive stomp. And this will be kind of funny, because whenever something actually hits me, it just gets concussive stomped. We don't care about duelists, do we? What is... He put duelist. But then what are I going to do with duelist? We don't have the Sunbird. He has Wild Bolt. And a tenacity. Go try the reactive armor. To the Ravenous. Apex and Ravenous.
May your road be filled with wonders.
Into Furnace. My gold. Ugh. Okay, so how's my res? Do it from here? Yes. Let's get the other stuff.
I can cure what ails me.
I guess that's only 42 elixir that we care about, right? And then we have this. And then we have this. Lots of life. Yeah, we're gonna be actually giga tank event 20k life. What the hell? Okay, my res is 71 overcapped. Okay, so I need actually I'm missing 3% here, so we are 68 overcapped, which means we need 31.5 more res. So that's like 2 rolls. With a bit of masterwork, all 3 rolls. Yeah, things on a here, like no matter what, there's like nothing here really to take on these rings besides a tiny bit of additive damage. Like, I can't really roll anything here that's like helpful. You don't need crit. There's life regeneration. A whole 800 per 5 seconds. Yeah, so he has dodge at least, right? Or armor if I need it. But I doubt I do. I'm missing 760 armor. Do you have armor nodes here that we can remove? There's one. There's also this. There's this. Don't have those. Yeah, I think one armor roll wouldn't hurt, just to make sure we actually cap out easily. But you have to check first about the masterwork here. My god, what's up with the endurance? So I'm missing 270 armor. $200. 50. Yeah, I guess I don't put another armor roll. Just a few points. 1, 2. And we are almost there. Missing 115 armor. I think that's acceptable. So no armor roll. So I could do a movement roll. We can do a life regen roll. Or just dodge. My dodge is 18. Actually, I just realized maybe if I had tempered dodge, I would have probably gotten to 100%. That might have been preferable. There's healing received. Okay, res. We have a GA res here as well. It's kind of overkill, I feel. Could be a GA dex or something, but okay. Of course, second roll is the bone. Kind of weird this build. No attack speed, no crit. But we attack, maybe hit very fast, and we crit all the time. Interesting build. Yet. Course, now I rolled +2 to core skills, man. What else? Okay, let's try to dodge the res here and try to get fatter. Nice. Okay, now we are overcut by 107. So we definitely don't want to hit the masterwork on this one. My god. This thing really likes res. Seriously. Can I get to the point where I have enough cooldown for Armored Hide? Yeah, not without a GA Harlequin, I think. Too bad. They had nerfed Jacob Shell, man. Nah, 0.3 seconds gap is kind of too long. And this would only make it be like the closest possible. Yeah, I think if this Resilient was dodge chance temper and we had a dodge chance roll and we put dodge chance roll here, we would hit 100% dodge. Oh, you also have counterattack. Wait a minute. I kind of forgot about that. Maybe, actually. Every time you pop Seeker, you should get the free casts. Yeah, true, actually. We do Armored Hide, Seeker. Maybe this whole, like, defensive cooldown is actually not really the way we should have gone focus cooldown because of Wushnak Pa. I just realized. 12 seconds, okay. 35's in dodge. Oh. For 5 seconds after evade, also grant fishes in dodge for double the duration. Huh. I guess I just have on a dodge. But there is a tiny gap where I don't have it. Let's see how the evade is going. We need 7,000 life, by the way. Okay. Can probably do T4 and IR with this shit. Okay, I wanna see the normal damage. Okay. Let's see how many timbers I have left. I should make this focus skill cooldown instead of defensive skill cooldown. Because yeah, we have like GPM armor hide all the time from Intricacy. I kind of forgot about that. Because I can't see this thing so often. So this one can be scored and this one still has some left. So I think we're gonna try. Let's go with this one. Focus cooldown. Okay, so we fixed them. The question is, what do we do here? Seems like we don't need more evade cooldown reduction. This is okay. We also got a Master to 12 after all. So just Storm for their potency, I guess. More them. How does that sound? We have all tempers left. We still have all tempers left. Okay then. Okay, first of all, I don't want to hit the barrier generation here though. Thank you. I'm gonna hit the evade once and then maybe twice on deck's life. Movement. I mean, this is just for town. Seriously. The chat size font a bug or a feature? I would say it's a feature. Do you know what's the average age of people playing this game? Well, the average age of my viewers is actually somewhere like mid-30 or so. So there's that. And these are the young folks that actually know YouTube exists. Or Twitch. Shine the best to get Parmesan pens. I can take look at the boss loot table, but I think yes. Okay, I'm back to the fucking same evade barrier combo here, man. What the hell? Okay, we're enough of the movement. Okay, dude, we're gonna have so much fucking life. Of course, we hit the rest. Storm Feather. I think the Storm Feather potency is not bad to hit. Auspicious is something I don't want to hit though. Okay. Yeah, so I think I could reach the armor cap if I just like had the double hit on the total armor instead of the flat armor. That would probably be fine, but it's like a kind of minor thing. This one is sad. So we're not going to do Alacrity, we're actually going to put Conceited. More damn. Dude, they're going to have like 30,000 fucking life on this. Actually nuts, I need to get rid of this life roll. Two to nourishment, fuck. We're getting all the centipede stuff, dude. Here's cooldown reduction. We don't really need that. We have the focus cooldown now. Oh. It only really helps us against long boss. I don't even really stack it. I don't even have Ravager on the bar. Potent doesn't help us here. 1 to Brilliance. That's something. You seem to recall the evade, but it's very unpleasant to watch. And you're recalling from a time far, far in the past, because they made it slower now. And going up and down hills also doesn't happen that much in the pit, which I'm mostly planning to do with this. What's up, one sandy skin? I kinda need like a male Spiritborn for that though. Or maybe... I mean, it's not bad actually on female. Maybe you can do some cool color. I'll take it. There's also like the skin, right, for Bone Sandy. That's a bit too much. Okay. 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 Well, let's play the video game, guys, and see what happens. Do we just load up a 70? So load up a 70. Now the thing is, we have like a pretty big ramp with Supremacy. We're missing one rank in Supremacy, but it's already going to 300% after 6 casts of the Seeker. But this happens pretty fast, so the first 15 seconds or so I'm going to be kind of weak. And then we have the full 300% bonus. That's actually insane. Because this thing sets to 100%, but it's at 10 stacks, but you actually can have 30 stacks. It's 30% damage per point in Supremacy. Very balanced. I wonder if they're gonna change that at some point. Actually, doing less damage than I thought I would. But again, this is a Supremacy ramp, I guess. Let's see. I guess if you want to go to a tier where you one-shot everything, you have to go a little bit down. Catalyst. Not sure we don't have anything there. I have to fix that next time. But I mean, does it do much? Only 6.9k live. Okay then. Ah wait, we don't have any glyphs, right? I have no glyphs. I forgot. I have like a fully decked out character, but I have no glyphs equipped right now, so there's that. Okay, well, good news. Good news. Glyphs is usually somewhere in the range of triple damage or so compared to not having glyphs. So triple damage from this sounds like it's what it should be. Okay, weight cooldown so far is good. Barrier is full. Can do the Master, Spellcrafter, Objective, and say I have the entire season journey done, yeah. I mean, the longer the enemies live, the easier you can do the objective, of course. But I did all of them in like half an hour, just fucking played a little bit. You need to make sure you have your catalyst at level 5, so you need to level them. Or your, infusion, I mean. I do have to say, playing this evade build with the Seeker, like, it kind of seems like it makes sense, you know, you knock them down, you CC a bit, you blast into the pack. Has like this like eagle kit, you know. I kind of like it, even though there's like kind of like some weird overlap with some effects, like I get crit from my secondary Spirit Hall, but I also get 100% crit from just having the Seeker all the time. I have to definitely go a bit down now to get our glyphs leveled. I just got 3 or 4 level ups for my... Oh look, Torment 4 unlocked, that's cool. Lanta, Jack Bloom, let's do this. Okay. We have 3 points in potent, but I have no way to stack it. You know how card drop stacking works? I'm actually not 100% sure about that. I asked Ava about this, but I kind of forgot the answer. I think you can extend the damage buff of card drops if you make them overlap. So you shouldn't lose the buff as long as you throw the next one before the previous one is gone. But not 100% sure about it. It is a bit faster. Must be in torment difficulty to use this, huh? Let's be in torment difficulty. Okay, let's do 60. So there's already 5 pit tiers above Torment 4. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, I want to try some payback with Pain Gorgeous gloves. Shit, have I got my season power again? Fine. The interesting part is my Horadic Crest should still give me the damage reduction in the max rest, right? Even though this thing is not active. No, it does not actually. Interesting. I don't get the extra max rest. Yo, Alandor. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. How's it going? What have you been up to? Actually, there's no reason to press any shrine, right? I don't have to bother with that. With such mundane objects, such as shrines. We are a deity flying through the pit. Hit the mods, guys. You disconnected in hordes again. Yeah, this is signs of the rework that's coming, guys. For sure. They're patching it in right now. And the horde counter too. So the good thing is, I think it's kind of interesting because whenever I remember playing this with Devourer, and I felt like on Devourer I always had to stop my mouse wheel to like consistently cast it exactly when it was over. But here, I just press my Seeker and it works. I wonder if that's just because I thought I had to. But here when I press I-click, it generally works. Even when my mouse wheel is still spinning. I have my evade on mouse wheel now. But I just cast it. So I wonder if there's something different between Seeker and Devourer, or if it's just how it is. You're already at tier 10. What build is this? This is evade. Regrinding Spiritborn. Yeah, I always had plans to do a bunch of grinding on this on the evade. Yeah, the thing is, the start is always like you're kind of weak until you have casted Seeker like 3-4 times, and then it's alright, and then after you've casted like 6 times, it's full power. So if we really want to go fast, you have to make sure we still kill something at the start when you have only like 1 or 2 Seeker casts. Because you're literally missing like a ×4 multiplier. And then after 1 Seeker cast, it's still like missing half my damage. Actually, I think the glyphs are a bit stronger than usual on this class, on this build. Because we have the Jagged Plume glyph, which is an unusual glyph. In the sense that it gives us Stormfed and potency and not like an additive damage buff, and that is a bit stronger than normal. We actually ran out of... Wait. How do we run out of evade charges here? Okay, remember that I can like press on the spike. Forgetting season power. It's unfortunate. How come my evade looks so fast? That's how it is. So we don't really need the bottle wind. But I guess it is a nice backup in case I take some heavy damage. And I really don't need this. So what do we do? No. Yeah, this whole like, catalytic skill against cooldown reduction, I don't think we need that either. Not really. Should probably do idle. It's a bit of damage. We don't need movement speed or crits. Or crowd or lucky hit. Or barrier or fortify or thorns. And the only other thing that I could do is idle from below. That's that. But I still haven't solved this. Does Nourishment passive buff more than just poison damage? No. Well, it does give a healing. So this is why sometimes you see builds running 1 point in Nourishment. And I heard that this apparently is a double dipping with Banazan Pants of Nourishment passive. Yeah, the thing is you actually need a lot of healing. You see how my life drains on the Dragon Shell. I mean, I only have like 1 cooldown going most of the time, so it's not that bad with Dragon Shell. It's kind of nice to have the extra healing anyway, and there's not really much else to put the points. Did I defeat Echo of Lilith? No, actually, I haven't done it yet. Somehow CBA. But I'll do it at some point. At some point I end up with 1 spark and I really want to craft a mythic. Hmm. You're running evade, I've cleared 90. Nice. I mean, 90 is pretty good. I think hand sanitizer has done 100 of evade. So that's pretty good. It's not really such a push build, you know? When the level glyphs to max, either you just keep grinding it out of evade, I mean, you go fast with this build, so it's not bad. Or otherwise, yeah, maybe play a bit of Balazan, get the glyphs to 100 easy peasy, and you can go back or something. But yeah, since like evade is like kind of like this like Giga Paragon grind build, you know? This is like what this is made for. You just grind the glyphs. Imagine farming 1 spark and crafting mythic chests. I have the mythic chests with very good stats actually. But in order to use that we need... I'm not sure if I can do it. Can I do it? Okay, how many seconds is it between casts? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I would have to get my Seeker cooldown down to like 8 seconds or so, and then with Necro I can cast it every 4 seconds. That would probably be okay, but I don't think we're gonna get there. I guess one thing I could do is we can just do like short enough runs and I go with some Seeker charges so that I could just like slowly deplete my charges and then just get them back between runs. Spirit. That goes somewhere. Season 60 max at 125 with evade. Nice. Oh. Okay. I'm just trying to find like the comfortable farming tier, but I guess it's kind of tough right now because I'm still gonna get so much power from the glyphs. But yeah, it's somebody gonna be flying through 70s in like a minute. And that's really nice. How's the bug happen when they get stuck in a falling animation? I think this is a Belial bug. When he smashes you. And I think you can scroll out of it. Have you tried that? A lot of Diablo partner chroniclers are saying big stuff is coming soon on Twitter. Maybe they know something. He didn't have a scroll, he made a Belial. That's an interesting decision. But yeah, I think the scroll can pull you out of this animation. At least I know there was a similar bug in like a pit boss as well that happened to me, and I think I scrolled out of that. Where I just got stuck in the falling animation. But yeah, there's something with like Belial and some of his attacks that knock you back. If you're not unstoppable, you just get stuck in that animation and that's it. Yeah. I'm just saying I wouldn't go to any boss fight without a scroll. Unless you're like really desperate. Because you never know what kind of shit is gonna happen. He had a bug today and Doriel one little maggot spawned outside the boss room. He couldn't kill it. You had to scroll out. Yeah, that's the stuff I'm talking about. Like if that shit happens. And if you still borrowed and the thing follows you, you can't even log out. You know, because the thing will just one-shot you when it reaches you. You can't like kite it far enough away to be safe for 10 seconds to log out. Like shit like this can always happen. You know how that is on hardcore, learning the Endari fight? Well, once upon a time the Endari fight was on a PTR, and I learned it there. And the fight is not like that mechanically complex. As long as you understand what she does. I mean, these days the fight is actually not as hard as it used to be, because in the past you also got determined stacks. For example, every time you got hit by the poison blobs, you would get a stack and stuff like that. So you had to dodge all those. Like these days they don't really hurt you. So it's mostly just like dodging the rotating beams. And then not dying to ground AoE or something, and this is about it for the entire fight. Colossal. What the fuck? What happened? Okay. He's an int glyph, so I think that's gonna be canny, but I don't have that, so I guess Colossal goes here, maybe? Do you have something open? Yeah, that on sapping. Where I put Spirit. Here goes Talon. What was this? 10, 17, 22. We probably have to get this 1 point in there as well. Did you take the upgrades? I think not. Oops.
Hello. Oh, not a bad pull. Shame that. Hello, shining beauty.
Darius have a poison damage multiplier added to make it playable. You mean the helm? Yeah, I'm pretty sure at some point they're gonna do something with the helm. I mean, it does have its own builds. Not anymore these days that much, but this is mostly a problem of crit builds just being a thing and dot builds not really being a thing since the expansion. Like, the meta has generally just shifted away from dots. But Season 5, for example, you had Andario Rogue, that was very nice. Andario Spiritborn is kind of a playable build. Especially if they somehow add more single target to poison builds on Spiritborn. So there is still stuff. We also used like Andario on Chain Lightning in Season 5 actually. And a bunch of other builds. I don't really mind that Andario works the way it does, but I guess it has like, you know, a very delicate balance where sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't or something in the meta. Actually, I wonder if I should put Seeker on here. What? This might be a bit more convenient. I hold down 1 and then I press tab, like I tap 2 sometimes. Maybe that's actually the way. Kenny. Alright, no Lilith bug fix, right? In this patch. I'm using the Wushang Power Weapon. It gives you lots of damage from Supremacy. And then it gives you lots of damage for the feathers from the main Spirit Hall buff. Thanks for the tip, Asli. I'll think about it. Alien. Oh, we got all the glyphs. Oh, my conversion is only at 12, actually. This is evade build. There's a Maxroll for this. So 65. And there's nobody's Weber glyph on Polarize. Because Polarize is invincible as fuck. And that one just gives you the R, no? Yeah, I know, Rotten Nightbringer bug, but a Pulverize buff, that's kinda surprising. I have to say. Like, I feel like most of the stuff that they buffed there kind of made sense, but Pulverize is definitely the most puzzling change. But okay. Dude, the Razorwing build was actually kind of decent. But unfortunately I only played for like a few hours before the rip. But yeah, it's getting buffed now. Like, Razorwing is definitely a build. It's a build. I think I have it in beat here right now, actually. Necro changes L. Yeah, I think Bloodthirst needs a lot more than just some numbers. Honestly. But, I mean, Golem might be a thing. They already Giga buffed it at the season start and now again. So, maybe. Yeah, it's not here. Razorwing aspect, but also it's a ring I need to keep. Yeah, the only thing I would like for Razorwing now is for Intricacy to reset all charges at once every time. Because now it only gives you back like 9 charges. And that is just like not really consistent enough. And like I try to get like a bit of cooldown reduction, then you get more charges back, which is kind of like a weird interaction. And if Intricacy just gave you all the Razorwing charges back, then you could like consistently, you know, keep casting, and it would feel like, you know, less clunky, because sometimes you just run out of charges if something goes wrong or so. And it feels kind of ugh. Unless you have some cooldown reduction stacked somewhere, but you don't really want to stack cooldown reduction because it's a Prodigy's build. So it's also, At least let us stack charges and give us all the charges back. And then this whole thing works. Because the maximum charge tempo also doesn't make much sense if we just don't get them back anyway. It's kind of crazy how sometimes when I cast Seeker in exactly the right moment, I just instantly evade out of the animation and don't even slow down. But I can't really time it, it just happens. How many Whisper Catches do we need? I need 4 for level 35. I think I need 12 for level 50. And I think 27 for level 60. This build can do like around 100. You can get to a point where basically one-shot T4 level Cities. I mean, you know, pay the 100. You know how much beyond T4 that is. Yeah, and that is a bit of a struggle because of the ground effects. But I mean, with 28k life, maybe not such a problem. As long as they don't like evade straight for the beam. Yeah, this is definitely a good build for Brain Dead Farming. All I'm doing is right now, I scroll my mouse wheel for the evade, I hold down 1, and then every few seconds I press 2. And that's the build. World Boss soon. Does Vital Strikes work on World Boss, guys? Kinda scared to go there with Jack and Shell and Vital Strikes potentially not working. Wait, how did that happen? There was a guy that teleported down there who just vanished. And then there's these guys who were chilling up there in a suppressor bubble, almost dead. I'm not sure how. I wonder if I can hold down both buttons if I do a Seeker on this one. Let's see. No. There's no way to hold down both Seeker and Armored Hide. I can autocast them. For some reason with Armored Hide it works, but with Seeker it doesn't. Seeker I have to press manually. What runes am I using? I have Neosec for the ultimate cooldown. And I have Sem, Quax, evade, and the damage. Only works as skills I have no cast time animation, okay. So what if I do like... Okay, yeah. So it does work with holding down counter attack, for example. But now I messed up my annealing hits. Okay, here's a reset. But also Armored Hide and counter attack cannot be cast together because they're both in the same skill category. You cannot cast skills of the same category together. It's a very strange mechanic. Why can you not cast Challenging Shout and Rallying Cry together? Very weird. Druid, excuse me. Sure. Getting buffed on Tuesday, kick. One is a rallying cry, the other one is a war cry, the other one is a challenging shout. One is a cry, one is a shout. They can't cast them together. But they can do shout and the other cry together. We've never played Druid yet. I think it's time to make a Druid. This is the time.
Have a wee gamble. What's left, you ask?
Been a while since my last death, maybe Infinite for a little treat. True. I mean, on this character, that's almost impossible though. With 28k life and almost perma 100% dodge and perma 100% block. Like, even if I do get hit, there's basically nothing that can even one-shot me. I think I will have to remaster with my boots to get the yellow evade cooldown. It is a bit close sometimes. What's the minimum life to not get one shot? I don't know, at least 2 I guess. I mean, there's some things that will probably one-shot me anyway, like Harbinger Jump, the Belial Breath. I'm not sure if it can survive Belial Breath, but maybe I can. I haven't tried. Undial Death Beam will probably one-shot me. I guess Lilith Waves might one-shot me, maybe not. I'm not sure if you can block Lilith Waves. If you can block them, it would be fine if I put layered walls on this. I did see the patch notes. Let's see the buffs. You can't block Lilith Waves. Okay. Yeah, in that case, they will definitely one-tap me, I think. I mean, if I can't even block, I can't benefit from layered wards. I mean, I can put Might Aspect on my pants, which is like alright. It just works against everything. But it's only like 1. Actually, 2 defensive aspects. We also have the Shaco 20 DR, Might 20 DR, 30k life, Resolve 20 DR. I mean, it's not terrible, actually. Maybe you can tank Lilith Waves. Find the luck of bug is disturbing. Which one are you waiting for? We'd have to get some water, maybe. Really built sorted by popularity by default. I think they're sorted by upvotes or something, yeah. Although I'm not 100% sure. He saw Zaya cleared 110, 111 without Shockwave aspect, was things like 600 billion. Yeah, Shockwave is relatively optional. If there's like another good, what would be the next best one? Like Changeling stat, I guess. Depending on how exactly the polarized weapon works, this might be also good. Evadeborn. So you're playing this with Loyalty and Shroud. It's like even more damage than what I'm running right now. Vehement, Breath, so no Concealer, you have that. Yeah, I don't have this ring right now, else I would also use it. Here we get 60 CDR, which is actually more than a Shaco. Do I have a Loyalty actually? Maybe I do. Or do I need like Giga Armor here basically? And probably Armor here, yeah. Where's the barrier come from? Neo Ohm. Semquax. Do we actually have enough for cooldown reduction? Wait, how does the cooldown reduction work? Without the second rune. Best gear, shit gear. What? Cooldown reduction. Oh. Kick. Is it 25 CDR, 60? I mean, what do we get from the Shroud? Here's a bit. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 5, 6. I guess I can count it as 2, 7, like 7 damage passes, let's say. On average, something like 4 or 5% each. So Shroud should be something like a 30, 40%. 50 maybe. That is nice. But we give up a thing here. Goes for the Ravager to stack Potent. I should maybe try to squeeze in the Ravager at the very least. We can easily apply it just from the Seeker casts. At least for like bosses and stuff. But where do I take out the points? We don't need fueled really, I guess. That would be 1. We also don't need this at all, actually. So you can do this if you want. Realistically for farming we don't care. But if you ever go do like a boss, that would be nice. But Rex makes it so tanky, it's so worth. Yeah, I mean, there's all stacks. It's kind of nice, for sure. I'm not sure if I have one of these lying around. Did I have one? Maybe I have one. Maybe I sell shit, I'm not sure. Could be that I saved it. No. I did not. Yeah, Ravager only for high pits makes sense, so like mostly for the bosses, I guess. Do I have Potent? Yeah, we have that. And you have Vortex, I guess it's also just for push, I guess. Do we really care? I guess we kind of care about it, right? You pull them together and then you can like shoot for the entire pack. It does make sense.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
7 quirks, that's the same thing. But how do you do the Heartseeker cooldown? I mean, loyalty is not counted here, right? So it's gonna be like 8.5 seconds or something. 8.5 seconds is kind of long. Stoneclaw's blasting after the patch. Well, I mean, they buffed the weak part of Stoneclaw, which is the claw. But it will help a little bit on single target, I guess. $57 cast twice, Eagle on 800, or 79 cast twice, 750. Definitely the 750. You don't care about the damage of the weapon. The guy wants to buy both of these items. That's a kind of strange combo. An eagle horn and a pole arm for the strength. 250M. Alright. Ah, wait a minute. Does the Wushang Pa trigger on every Thunder Spike from Evade? This is why it comes back so fast, okay. I didn't actually realize that, yeah, because I was sometimes surprised to see how it like jumps like this. But yeah, it's the weapon. It's kind of interesting. Okay, in that case, it makes sense. And if your cooldown is not that great, you can still use the Zekrom instead of Om. It's not really such a big deal. If you don't have a good loyalty or whatever. You just need to make sure you have good enough evade cooldown. That's a big deal, I guess. You need to get the evade cooldown. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hand sanitizer for sure.
Hello.
My hammer sings on your return.
So this polearm, strength, max life, 100% damage, triple GA, and here's a 10-shot GA, Eagle Horn. 700, 275, that gives me a bit more. Thank you. Weak months, yes. You can't buy a yellow item for 275 million on softcore. Oof. Not even from the friendly NPC in town. Has the inflation even hit there? Dude, imagine if like the vendor prices would like rise together with the overall gold that's in the circulation, you know? Imitating the actual inflation. And then you go to the vendor and like, you know, some random yellow item costs like 50 billion gold. Blacksmith Master reset 5 billion, not 5 million. Dude, I should do it. What do you guys say? Pay up a wanderer, exactly. Yo, Mythic from Gambling Grats. Yeah, you all were waiting for an update to Masterworking, guys, right? So here it is. It's like 2 birds with 1 stone, you know? You change Masterworking, and you reduce the gold inflation. Easy clap. 5 billion per reset. And it's actually a third benefit. People don't run out of Veiled Crystals and Forgotten Souls anymore. Easy. Everything is solved, man. The game is perfect. Just do that. World boss. Alert. Oh shit, it's a bit late. I need to hurry. Luckily we are fast. That's one thing we got going here. I wonder if I could do some funny like fawn shenanigans these days. With Mushnak Pa and Gorilla Hall. I should try that at some point. But that would only make sense with Rake, and Rake already has Balazan. So I guess not. The question is, are we faster if you just run or evade there instead of running with the combos? So can you see the build I'm currently using? This is mostly the pit push variant of evade on Maxroll. Although let's do some tweaks. Oh my god, I'm fucking alone. Okay, I need to find someone. What is that called? Fields of Judgement. Oh shit. Wait, he was in the same instance? What the fuck? Ah, right, okay, right, the strikes doesn't work. I don't get heals. Yeah, okay, F. I can't actually do this. But I can if I just don't take Jack and Shell. Can I just take it off? I guess I'll take it off. Then we have 900 armor. Almost capped. Pork. Bit scuffed. But okay. I guess we just evade. And hope for the best. Maybe our Jack and Shell. It kinda comes back here. Wild. So maybe there's like a loyalties mantle angle. Don't really need that Chaco then. We're definitely gonna have easy perma cooldown with Zach Rune. Potentially without. Main thing I need to solve is the evade cooldown. And then armor. This Axe definitely works on world bosses. Didn't work for me now. I didn't get any healing. It was just draining me. What the fuck? Like, it also didn't heal me after I took off the Chakra Shell. I only healed because I pressed potion. I should press Ravager actually. To get a bit of... Wait a minute, not even the Ravager seems to proc here. Or... Yeah, Mirage also doesn't hit, look. It just stays at 40, it doesn't actually consume the heal procs, even with when I cast Seeker on top of the guy. Like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, like, almost no lucky hit or proc effects work on world bosses. Are you guys on a different world boss and a hunter, maybe? Like, a world boss just kind of break a lot of builds for no reason. Since they introduced this resilient mechanic. It's been like 3 seasons of that now as well. They never fixed that. F. Under the same, okay. Maybe the hunter just works better anyway, I don't know. GG, okay.
Greetings.
You've been playing your raids in season start and why this like works. Maybe it bugs out under certain conditions. Maybe, you know, if you join an instance when you weren't there, or maybe if you do join an instance after it has already begun. I don't know. Maybe there's like something like that.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. Use it well.
Trap Enjoyer. Okay. I'm actually 12 res overcapped. How's that here? We can get more. So yeah, I could remove an entire res roll here. And then we put like a crit roll, for example. Can I like not take this stuff here? Nah. Can't really move res. Yeah, there's like some conditions where world bosses just like turn off your procs. Lucky hits and all that kind of stuff. Just doesn't work on world bosses. And like for me, my Strikes just did not heal me, and my Ravager also just did not proc. Like I pressed Ravager and then I pressed the Seeker. And it just, like, it doesn't count as an elite, I think, actually, the world boss. So the Ravager didn't proc, maybe this is why. Maybe the Ravager, like, individual hits did work, but not the healing consumption. But yeah, I certainly didn't get healed, so I might have strike. What class has the best and the worst passes? Question, actually. To be honest, these days there's been so much power creep and stuff, there's pretty crazy stuff in all classes. I mean, you could probably, like, you know, take a look at some of the builds and see, like, how much does Shroud or False Death add to this build or that build or something. And then we probably come to the conclusion, Sorc is ridiculous. I guess Sorc is the best. Why is my damage so much higher now, by the way? What happened? I didn't do that damage before. The fuck? You had to do a world boss solo on softcore. Did you come late? Yeah. Sounds like a 98 here for the Ophidian question. With a 4-tag Harney build for Thunder Spike and Pain Gorger. 4-tag. Wait, with Wushak Pa or what? And Harmony? Sounds funny. So what are you doing? You do like Hunter and then like go Centipede and Wushak Pa. Thunder Spike Pain Gorger build. It does sound kind of hilarious, I gotta say. Centipede, main hull, Gorilla, second, Hunter ult. Yeah, okay, I guess I can do it that way as well. If you don't care about the barrier much. It actually pumps. Yeah, I was thinking about what could we do with Pain Gorges, since it's like everywhere on all the classes. But then I was like, I was going to explore this payback angle with Pain Gorges, so I definitely want to do that. They're also buffing payback now, so here we go. Next season, Helltide gets a revamp. Now Infernal Hordes. And I don't know what we're gonna get, to be honest. It could be like a very small rework and it's like, you know, add some more like, you know, rewards and different choices and some funny stuff. But it still remains overall the same, where you stand in the room and there's stuff running at you. Which I guess is okay. This is like an okay game mode, the way it works. Or maybe they're gonna add multiple rooms and there's some variety or like some kind of progression or whatever. Or maybe there's gonna be like some infinite mode or something close to that. Who knows? I mean, it was supposedly that's the tier 7 and tier 8 Infernal Hordes that was coming in season 5 that they scrapped. What do we do now? Colossus here. Kenny has some int. And now we have more. Here's a thing and here's a thing. Convergence is not even maxed out yet, but it will be once we have this a bit higher. And then there's ding ding ding. Here, 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 here. It's a lot of nodes to take, man. And this, it's missing that. Okay. Well, I know that the Diablo team is cooking cool stuff. And I imagine they're talking about the expansion. But I don't know what exactly they are talking about when they do these tweets. Because I wasn't there. I was with my people. People need me. Yeah, I expect the expansion end of March. know they already confirmed it's not gonna be this year. So I expect it's gonna be... Well, okay, I mean this season is end of September, and then next season is end of December. And then the next season is gonna be end of March. And now it's gonna be like 9, 10 is like the December finish, 11 is the March finish. And this would mean also exactly 6 seasons for vanilla, 6 seasons for the expansion. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna do like something like a 6 season cycle plus minus for the expansions. It's like my expectation right now. Isn't it main start become relevant? I mean, the value of it has shifted over time and how much you get from items and so on, but I mean, it was always important, so just not as much as these days, I guess, since they have relatively big numbers. In the past, we used to go for other stats, we used to be able to roll like quadruple damage reduction on our pants and chests and these kind of things, and that was a lot more important. And we had like, vulnerable damage was a multiplier and these kind of things. Yeah, New York Hordes is next season. Also, for example, we didn't have main stat gems, right? We used to have rubies for life in our gear and so on. So yeah, we're definitely taking a lot more main stat these days than we used to. Paragon is like extended. We have more points. Build this evade guide for Maxroll. Who can? Awesome, it's a capstone, man. Capstone was fun. I hope they come back. That's 4 toxic scan, huh? Yo, Baldos. How was Heartseeker compared to Penshot? It's probably slightly weaker, but really nice, really fun. And you know, can still level close to 100 without that much trouble. Having to do capstone to unlock tier 1 would be fun. Yeah, they put like everything into the pit. And I don't know, maybe they would just like force you to do like pit 10, but pit 10 is like a special level that's like a capstone or something. You know, they could do something like that. Or you do the capstone to then unlock pit 10 or something. I don't know. And there's like one in each tournament here. Was that agora? Yeah, my pleasure. Just change the final boss in each tournament tier pit to the old capstone boss. Yeah, that's not really it though. Like first of all, you can skip that tier right now at least. You can just like go the next one. And also, it's not just about the boss, right? It's also like the whole experience. Like you go in there, you're underleveled. It's like this whole like, you know, super long dungeon. It was just kind of cool. Yeah, this is too eagle. You can see the good guy there. I just think the two. Holy, +4 to rock splitter. Yeah, Gora. Touching grass, man. Holy shit. I'll just be blasting here. Do we just like evade to level 300 now or something? What do you guys say? $80 stream login. Just 80 hours of scrolling my wheel. Shit. Actually running out of evade here. Kinda need like a lot of cooldown if you want to make that evade work. With the neck, because 44 here. How the hell am I gonna do this? This is 38.5 and 33. Yeah, it's the same as I have. No, I'm not doing any fun of spiking here. But it can happen that I have to do one or two throughout the run. Is there like any kind of like backup for evade cooldown I could get? Just a cooldown roll on the neck. But it's a pretty big loss. Yeah, 59 is enough. But I don't have that. I have like 58 or 57 or something. Unique gloves. Yeah, but the unique gloves is also... You have to go with Pain Gorgers, and then you lose an aspect, that's 30%, you lose the feather potency, you lose dex, you lose life. And you gain absolutely nothing besides a little bit of cooldown to fix the hole in your build. So you lose like at least a 50+% multi for that. At that point I can just run a Shaco again. So you can basically just like not run the Shaco if you have like an insane evade cooldown with a triple masterwork. . Yeah, exactly. Pain Gorge with GA cooldown. But I mean, you lose at least a third of your damage or something if you do that. That's a lot of damage to lose. It's like good early on when, you know, you don't have the masterworks, you don't have the right items. Yeah, sure. But at this point I was thinking, like, how easy would it be for me to equip a Loyalty's Mantle? A Loyalty's Mantle gives me another 25% all potency. So Loyalty's Mantle is like 25% multi to my damage. A bit of all stats. And then I get a Shroud. I mean, honestly, maybe I can just equip the Shroud. When you think about it. Maybe I'm actually fine. Maybe I just equip the Shroud and be done with it. But then we need an Amulet. Because the Loyalty doesn't add that much. Loyalty is only 25% DPS. And a bit of Dex. The Shroud is a bigger thing. And the thing is, if I equip a Loyalty instead of the Shaco, it's also like harder to get my armor. I have to get more armor somewhere, but that's okay. Yeah, Loyalty is 100% increased potency, but it stacks additively with all the other increases. So mostly the Bushnak Bar. Bushnak Bar is plus 300. You have 100 base, that's 400. So Loyalty is at 25% multi. So it's not that big of a deal. But it also gives you all the cooldown, so that's the better cooldown than Shaco basically. But it doesn't count for evade, so you need to put a Giga evade cooldown on your boots and on your amulet in order to make up for the missing Shaco. And if I put evade cooldown on the neck, I have to give up not really that much. I guess I have to put auspicious on the pants. And then we put the evade cooldown here, but you also cannot masterwork, for example, the passives and stuff. So you also lose something there, because you have to... Like here, this has perfect setup basically, with triple masterwork, perfect temper, and this is perfect temper, double masterwork. So I have to give up 2 masterworks on your neck, which could go into dex or armor or passives or something. And all of these masterworks are pretty important. So the loyalty benefit is actually not that crazy. The Shroud is something I have to get in here. That's the bigger deal.
What's still got some good in it?
Well, hello, shining beauty. Too bad, friend.
Won't lose armor if I equip Shroud. Yeah, then you have to put the armor here. And we're haggling for a fucking Nagu rune here. I asked him 60 million gold for a Nagu rune. He said he doesn't have that. Would you accept Exile and some cash? And I said, how about some boss mods? And then he nicks me 4 Shards of Agony, 1 Stygian Stone, 8 Heart, 3 Husks, 19 Masks, and 8 Dolls. And I say, okay, how about the Husks? The 3 Husks, the 19 Masks, and 30 million gold. And he comes back with Husks, Masks, and 20 million. Okay, that's the deal, guys. Oh, man. Wait, what happened here? Wait, I'm in a part. Wait, what? Upper Kuros. Are they? I have no idea where they are. The trade interaction, guys. I love it. Huge, guys. Look. Okay, I need to fix my boots now. Let's see. I only have 22k evade opticide. And 20 million of gold.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Okay. So now I should never have that issue. Now we have 60.4% cooldown. Working is sure a good system. What pit should be fine for the 100 glyphs? Well, you can min-max that a little bit, because depending on how far under the glyphs you are, you have certain upgrade chances. So, for example, I think when you are 10 under your glyphs, you have 16%, but if you're 11 under your glyphs, you have 8%. So, you know, you might wanna, like, you know, slowly raise the level, even though it slows you down up to a point, and then maybe at some point kind of drop down again a bunch of tiers, and then we can go from 16% chances to 8% chances. And then, you know, maybe if you have to, if you're like really weak, you can do the 4% runs. Although most splits are probably like in the 16 to 80% territory. So it will be like around, for example, tier 79 gives you an 8% chance to upgrade a 99 to a 100 glyph. So 79 is like good to farm if you can do that easily. Or for example, if you can't do that, then I don't know, you can do 69, like this build here, easy peasy. You can do 4% runs. You have every 5 runs you get 1 glyph upgrade if you have 4% chance. It's pretty decent when you're like in the 90s. You're farming 75. Yeah, 75 is also pretty good. But you know, at some point when you, for example, when your glyphs go from 95 to 96, if you stay in 75, then there's like a breakpoint where you lose half of your upgrade chances. So you might wanna, you know, slowly go up. As your glyphs go from 95 to 96, you go to 76. And then when your glyphs are 97, you go to 77. And when your glyphs are 98, you go to 78, and so on. That's what I was trying to explain. To kind of keep up with the chances. When does it take to run only T50 pit? We don't have to do an experiment, we can just calculate how long it takes. And it's actually not that long. I mean, T50 is very low. It's not even Torment 4. So I don't even know like what are the chances exactly. I guess when you're 10 levels under, it's 16%. And then 20 levels under, it's 8%. 30 levels under is 4%. 40 levels under is 2, and then 50 levels under is 1, right? Yeah. I mean, it would definitely take a while in tier 50. But you'll probably not be Paragon 300 before you lose the R100. But there's that. How much evade cooldown do you need for a Jar rune? I don't know, but you definitely need more than normal. Because for some reason there's something going on with the Jar rune. It makes you cool down less somehow. So I guess you probably want like, you know, Amulet Temper, Boots Temper, and a Shaco or something. And then you can run Jar like in Torment 4 content or so. But I don't know the number. When you teleport, you don't cast Thunder Spike. Yeah, but you also don't cast Evade. So I'm not sure exactly why that problem is even happening. Maybe it's because the evade needs to like be reset when it comes back after the teleport. I don't know if that like takes away an evade charge or something. Yeah, if you start casting Thunder Spikes because of the Jar rune, then the Jar rune is just not worth it. Like that is like not it. You need to get to the point where Jar rune can be used, but you never have to cast Thunder Spike. And I think you do this with like Shaco and then double evade tempers. And then you're probably fine. Never use Jar rune because of controller. Yeah, that's a bummer actually. I'm a big Jar rune enjoyer. Whenever I can, it goes into my builds. Two J Amulet. Fuck. Close though, had armor. If you have a Shaco, you can try what I just said, admin. So go evade cooldown on boots and amulet and a Shaco, and I imagine then you're probably fine with your Jar rune. And I guess you would do Jar rune normally anyway, just in like very easy like T4 content or something. That's the evade Spiritborn. Yo, Superman. Thank you. Why does the damage ramp up after 3-4 cast of the Seeker? That's the Supremacy passive. And you have many ranks of it. Dude, can I just like roll one life regen on my equipment somewhere and just like slowly regen? Got the unique ring on with GA max health and the R from resolve. I'll be the most tanky Spiritborn around. Yeah, probably. Could probably tank like Harbinger jump. I mean, worst case, I'm just gonna put in like a mod. Do mod and luck runes for the challenging and the dark shots, and then you're definitely tanking everything. You're gonna tank the fucking death beam on Belial. I'm not sure about that actually, but the death beam on Dariel for sure. The Giga beam. You're gonna tank that. What's the difference of having ranks of core skills and ranks of pulverize? There is no difference. It's just that pulverize can roll one more. We don't have any storm feathers. Mellow. I'm talking about the Sunbird Amulet. You don't necessarily go for the Sunbird Amulet effect, you mostly use it as a stat stick. But you can do the Sunbird Amulet as well. Ja, Kaiser, say dir hello. Did I get a call too? I was invited. bit more fun than Heartseeker. Not sure actually. I mean, I find it decently fun right now. But I think at some point it might be a bit too monotonous. Where Heartseeker, you kind of like playing the game here and just like falling asleep, you know? But I appreciate the efficiency of it right now, and I'm just gonna blast it a bit. Get some glyphs, get some paragons. We have to get all the glyphs from scratch anyway right now, so... Seems a little more squishy. No, that's like the... That's probably the tankiest build I've played this entire season so far. And on top of this, it has a 100% dodge chance almost all the time. And a 100% block chance. There is a guide for this build, it's called Evade. Just us, Nini just go always. I'm alone right now though. Nini's not here. Merlin is not here. What I'm more excited for, PoE2 full release or the full expansion? Good question. I mean, on one hand, PoE2 is changing a lot, and they're putting a lot of stuff in there during the early access now. You know, there's like lots of stuff that they've been working on for years, so it's like, you know, rapidly being introduced, right? So I think you're gonna have most of it until the launch anyway. And I don't really expect like the overall game to change very much until the launch, and then after the launch is ready and we start getting leagues and so on, then I guess it's gonna be kind of like a new world. Yeah, we've got a Moonrise aspect. I actually need that for various builds. You know, and expansion is kind of like, you know, the entire game is gonna change, right? In D4, so not sure what makes me more excited. And PoE2 launch is definitely gonna be insane hype and fun and everything. But so will be the expansion. Ovium shipment. Yeah, they're gonna fix that on Tuesday, Zephyr, but I think the old items are probably not going to get fixed. You have to not select Harbinger loot on Belial, you have to go like on Dariel. Yeah, by the way, die they? That's the current build. You have no umbers after 100 hours of play. What the hell? Try to gamble some pants. This is games. Pants cost only 25. They're very cheap. And they give you only utility or defensive aspects. You can also try the mercenaries. With the bartering. What was in the surveys actually? People have been telling me about surveys, but I didn't do it. The infusion thing is you have to change this to, you know, this and then this and so on. You have to rank them up as well to 5. They did not change anything with Sorcerer. Besides fixing the infinite damage bug that was a thing for a few days. But that was already fixed a few days ago. And I doubt that this is the problem here. So I don't know, maybe you changed something in your setup and forgot. Disable summoner effect. I know, I did this entire chapter in like half an hour. Just farming pits. Maybe your build is too fast and you don't actually really like fight anything. If you just one-shot entire screens, then when are you gonna apply a catalyst to monsters, you know? So maybe make sure that you don't do that, go like a few tiers up or something. What the 3J Shaco and Insta Triple Crit CDR? Seems familiar. Congrats. What the hell happened, Wonkas? Time to blast though, or what? I don't move to this build, I just evade. And evade, choose the feathers or kill stuff. Logic spellcraft. Good question. It's something pretty irrelevant. Ember. Size. Old wind. And freeze, apparently.
All finished, are you?
What's still got some good in it?
Well, hello, shame. Not a bad pull, that. All finished.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Hey guys, we need someone who has an Umber's aspect. I suppose on softcore. Or our friend Truck and Trap from YouTube. Is that a thing? Does someone have one lying around? The shittiest roll is fine. Umbrous aspect. The Dark Shroud stuff on Rogue. Denser Nice is not really hot right now. I know Ava has been cooking a bit, and I think he has been clearing something like in the mid 80s or something, but that's not really crazy. This is Eagle right now. I mean, to be honest, there's not really a reason for me to run the secondary Eagle, I think. So I could actually do this. I wonder if I would notice the attack speed if I go Ferocity. I don't have any Ferocity generation right now at all. just random reactive armor. I wonder what happens. Can I just like cast my stuff faster, like my Seeker? Maybe this actually reduces the downtime. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I just had an Eagle for no reason really. Since I didn't have loyalty anyway. But I guess I might just go Gorilla. It's like 2 more resolve stacks and perma unstoppable anyway, I guess. I suppose the animation is faster. So maybe Eagle and Jark is the way. Oh, tier 18, we got our Spark. Time to craft a Necro. I guess ready. Is there an advantage to crafting Mythic here versus the Rogue? Yeah, it's Necro versus Doombringer, right? So I mean, Doombringer could be live. This is mostly the Maxroll build. New DLC, bigger than Vessel and cow level. I don't know. Yeah, Polam and Glaive. Oh, true, there's 2. Yeah, so I guess you're gonna do the Mythic on the Rogue again. And if I get like a max life GA Doom, I might keep that. Sounds like a 4 GA Angle Ocken. What is there? Pyromancy, Primordial, Int, attack speed, right? I think 490 is probably better. Getting all the rings, but the 40% ring. That's it. What the fuck? Any effect that has damage can insta kill you. Okay, but again you're still on a Spiritborn, right? Lopping. I wonder if there's something weird going on, like you apply Jaguar Hall to yourself and kill yourself when you get hit by this damage effects or some shit. Or the Ravager. But I think I need a Jaguar Hall. I'd go at a Hall when that happened. I also didn't have Thorns. And I think I didn't have Ravager either. So that can't be it. Yeah, I think I'm just not gonna go into Nightmare Dungeons with this character anymore. It's fine. That's how it is. Yeah, but apparently it's not just the Idol of Doom. There's like another affix now that also kills you randomly. Grab a free shop gift. Wait, they added a free gift? Pork. What do you got now?
Come and don the mantle of history's champions.
Wait, what is this? Is it focus? Like, it doesn't say what it is. It's called Returning Champion. Very sus.
It calls to you.
Going up. Why is my life taking down? That's the Jacob shell. That's the unique chest. It makes your cooldowns tick down faster, but you take a little damage. It's almost exactly what is in a push variant in Maxroll, yes. Maybe try to relog for the free shop reward. Maybe it didn't update or something. That's still cool. It's always nice. Like all these season cash rewards, they actually give you lots of strong rooms. So every time you level a fresh character, you do this rep board, you get like 10 strong room dungeons. That's sort of up the side actually. Just doing those. Don't worry guys, I have barrier. Elf can drop just fine. Yo, Rudy, fix us up, man. 51 mouse. It's a very good season so far, actually. I had a ton of fun. If they keep cooking a little bit with the 9-dimensional system, and you know, some bug fixes and all that, it's a really good update. Let's see what next season brings of, next week with the new patch, with the legions and stuff. $75. Is it the 4 season feel like the 3 season, or is it better? It's very different to play Diablo 4 compared to Diablo 3, I think. Because, you know, Diablo 3 is much more about like the season start rush and then like, pushing leaderboards and these kind of things, and like all the stuff is not really a thing here. Like it has kind of like a different flow, and you know, making alts is different and so on. The discovery aspect is very different as well. Like the 3 seasons, you know, everything is figured out and nothing changes. And the changes that we did have are all relatively small. You know, like when they were still updating the game compared to Diablo 4, where you get like pretty big changes every season. So usually there's always like some new stuff to explore and stuff. These splits are impossible on controller. Why is it a problem on controller to play evade? Like, what's the most comfy way to do this hand sanitizer on the controller? Can't you just like hold down the button or something? Or do you actually just tap it all the time? How's the game playable without Subo? I don't know. I never use Subo actually. Like, what do you want from him? The dots on the minimap? I feel it's like pretty overrated, I guess. In a push, that comes in handy, kind of, but I know the right here starts plus the Valiance and so on. It's kind of hard to give that up. But I guess if you have way too much, you could do it. You want the map hack. I feel like it's not necessary at all. It doesn't really help much. Pit is very streamlined. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the duelist and the Jaguar secondary hall. It gives me a lot of attack speed, and I feel like the Seek animation is noticeably faster. But maybe it's placebo. It's like less downtime.
I'll keep my forge hot. Returns, not a bad valor. Well, shining beauty.
Which XP point to level? It should be like around 300. Yeah, almost 300 million. So this is a bit more than a quarter of the final level to get this level up here right now. Final level is 1 billion. Will I get so much gold? Well, first of all, I farmed a lot. But yeah, I also sold stuff, mostly runes. Been selling a lot of runes to people. And a few items here and there. I sold one 4GA Ice in the Dark for 1 billion. That was pretty nice. There was a guy the other day who wanted to buy my 4GA Sky Hunter for 500, and he said he didn't have 500, he's gonna come back. But it never happened. But I think if the free classic will come out, but only if Gold Auction House. I mean, it would be funny to do like, you know, a playthrough, do like a race to first hardcore inferno kill and these kind of things. But I mean, ultimately the game would be very easy, I guess, these days with the knowledge we have. You know, it was very hard when it came out, but it's gonna be just like WoW Classic again, you know? Like you're gonna walk in there and we're gonna waltz through everything, basically. Because we know everything. So I think it will be a very short-lived adventure, but it'll be funny. Oh. I'm gonna press it. Judgement Shell has an armor roll and a percent armor roll. So that is basically nearly unyielding hits cap by itself. And I have a Chakra Cursor which has armor on it. Otherwise you can do like 1 or 2 armor rolls on the other parts of the gear. And then you're gonna reach 5k pretty easily. Yeah, it was a bug, Nikki. Both of the rips are a bug. A bit of Vital Strikes and go Frosty Strides. Okay. I mean, I did have some funny thoughts about doing something like Feo Rune on Jack of Shell builds in some cases. But that is actually something I want to explore at some point. Dude, imagine you take like Feo Rune, proc the Quacks with that, the Giga Overflow, Jaguar Hall triggers, Hell Soothsayer triggers. Oh my god. You can do some funny stuff. Log in, dude. Yeah, and then that triple dips, you know? The Giga Overflow Quacks Rune with Feo. Let's go. Yo, Nikki, thanks for up, man. Yeah, leaderboards are coming, so we'll see. Yes, they are. They're actually staggering this guy. What the hell? Being 2GA gloves with dex attack speed is worth a lot. Yeah, that's pretty useful for a lot of stuff. Okay, another 78. And turbo blasting 78 when I go straight to 80. Because that would be a waste of time. My glyphs are currently 78 and 77. So we are doing 78. Until they are 79. And then we do 79. Yeah, 5 glyph ups per pit is kinda nice, I gotta say. But then again, so were the extra horse speed boosts and the extra XP. And I don't know, like all the other like nice season boons they just removed again. So I'm about to reach tier 80 actually, so maybe the random YouTube chatter from earlier is gonna be happy. He said, "Go 80, man. You are way too high level." Completely ignoring that I had like one glyph equipped, that I was level 15. We should give the anniversary event at the start of season 9 instead of end of season 8. Felt like a waste. Wait, what was the anniversary event even? Don't even remember. I mean, anniversary is an anniversary. I mean, the season start didn't happen yet, and what are you gonna do? You just wanna do it later? What kind of anniversary is that? What I think the new class for next expansion bring. It's not gonna be a new class, it's gonna be an old class. It's called Aladdin, but with a P. And if not, we're gonna raid the Blizzard headquarters. Get your pitchforks ready. Gonna be Templar instead. Glorious. Holy man. You were a Templar, John Dar. Now it makes me wonder, how often does a Rex leave his house? That is actually a good question. Like, at least I leave my house around once daily to take the food delivery. How often does he wash the hoodie? Wait, has it been washed? I thought it's the same hoodie. I have seen him in person, and in fact I did not recognize him in the first moments when he didn't have the hoodie. I was very bamboozled. I was like, who the hell is that? Silently. Evade is looking good this season. And then imagine last season, man, when we had even more powerful stuff. What do I do if I won 2.3 billion USD? Huh. That's a lot of money. I guess the dream of making my own RPG that is unbeatable would be a reality. What was the big evade buff? We lost a bunch of multiplier from boss powers. Yep. Evade was just that good. Turns out. And hand sanitizer was flying, literally, under the radar. I mean, to be fair, I think last season, just as this season, I think it didn't move evade on a speed bombing to us at least. We had it like in, I think, number 2 or number 3 in both seasons. So there's that. But the push capacity was definitely undervalued last season. Secret build. Made better than Balazan now. No chance. But it's better for speed bombing. Yeah, and this explosive, that's like 20% of my barrier. One of these explosions. That's like nothing. Catch me if you can, Lily. Lilith. Okay. Another 80. Could have done T95 last season. Didn't have aim to grind. Yeah. Sounds about right. With what we see from Evade's power level. And last season was stronger than this season. I mean, okay, we get the Seeker crit, which is kinda nice, but last season had the 50 crit from the season power as well. And then the 25 multi for the non-fizz. Main power was like a bunch of nice cooldown. We had the evade cooldown, so that made everything like giga smooth. I guess you were very like perdition, maybe? I don't know. You could probably have done that, but maybe loyalty was just better. But yeah, at least at the very least you get like more evade cooldown, makes everything easier, and you can like masterwork other stuff on your neck. I guess I should go for execute. At least higher tiers now. Seeker buff, safety 2 affixes, okay. No, I didn't stream before 43. Not only that, I didn't stream before Diablo 3 RS. This is where it all began. With Yes Woo. Let's see how Vortex feels with this soon as well. Can put in some Vortex. We can also start using our Ravager actually. For these bosses. Haven't used that a single time. Okay, the bosses are still way too short for Potent to stack. What kinds of games was I playing before that? Oh, I was playing D3. I was playing a lot of WoW back in the day. Like WoW is still my most played game ever, I guess. I mean, I play a lot more variety, I guess, than I do these days. streaming made me kind of like focus mostly on a few games. Ruffian. Thank you. Yeah, Sorc bug is already fixed for a few days. My thoughts on off-meta builds, feels like they're 20-40 times bigger than meta builds. Well, that depends on how off-meta we're talking. But, well, there's lots of fun stuff to play when it comes to off-meta. And I love playing off-meta builds because they're fun most of the time. Well, at least those that are fun. Nah, they did fix the Sorc bug, but it was like an entire week or something that people did abuse it. Boy. Yeah, you generally level the glyphs together. Like, okay, at the start, you know, boosting it to 46 is like 1 by 1, and then after that it's kind of like level them all together. That's kind of how it goes. You still get a decent chunk of extra XP. If you can do like 1 minute 150s instead of like 1 minute, I don't know, 75, it's definitely noticeably more XP. It should be probably like around double XP or something. Uh-oh. Mods. Oh, thank you. Okay then. Let the emotions flow, guys. I find it even on this tier, I'm doing like a 3-minute clear the boss, and the boss damage is relatively good on this build. Okay, definitely put in the execute though. Don't need that bottled wind, I guess. Dude, I'm playing a Spiritborn that doesn't have execute built in. What am I doing with my life? Pew pew pew. That's the build. Ah, don't see anything. Yeah.
That's the spirit. Give it a go.
I'll keep my forge hot.
It is done.
You guys are trolling, man. Oh my god, I hate like using the horse. I can't press space now to get the boost. I have to do my mouse wheel to get the horse boost, and it feels so weird. Do I prefer Barb or Druid? Oh, that's a tough choice actually. I like both classes quite a lot actually. Okay, he just explodes. Shroud or Razor Plate for Rake? Generally Razor Plate. Shroud is only if if you're desperate for survivability. Then you can do Shroud. But I mean, in T4 content, it might be strong enough at some point to just not care and just go Shroud anyway. And then for pushing, people use like the Shroud. There's like a bunch of stuff you can benefit from there. Don't leave pits now, only 78 hours we want to go. It will probably be like 50 hours if this build or something to get to 300. Cool. If I found a consistent like 60 to 90 seconds. Why is Druid getting a polarized damage buff? Yeah, this is questions that even I can't answer. But okay. I was character to max Paragon. Yeah, farming the pits non-stop. Very quickly. Should I do quick? Hellborn, Harbinger, Demon. I don't have any health tied down on this character, I think. Let's see how it feels. The Death Master Red Border server, yeah, he said buff Druid more. Or uninstall. And they listened. Yeah, Crone changes, man. I guess I'm gonna wait with the Stormclaw until Tuesday. Oh my god, in D4 everything just explodes, man. So much damage on this build. Do we even have to cast Seeker? Maybe non-crits is fine. But it's so hard to fit res and armor into Fresh variant. Yeah, you need a lot of stuff on the boots, I guess, and there's not much you can do. And one thing you can do is like armor roll on the neck, I guess. That kind of takes care of that. And then, yeah, like Giga armor on like boots plus ring, both rings actually. You have one passive, never potent. Yeah, I mean, do you have that kind of amulet first of all? You know, who even has like a dex passive neck, right? So, armor is like one of the most common rolls. Dex is a very common roll. And then, good luck with two passives, you know? I mean, yeah, eventually you might get there. But if you have that amulet, then you certainly have the boots as well. And there's also incense for armor. It's nice I'm buffing Payback. Yep. I think I will play Payback before the buff and then we just have to build ready and maybe see if there's like any potential in the first place. Yeah, I'm gonna do that maybe tomorrow actually. Cooking time, but I need to farm Nightmare Dungeons again. I don't want to farm Nightmare Dungeons on a Spiritborn because Spiritborn somehow tend to die in Nightmare Dungeons. It turns out. So I have to do something different there. Until we figure out what is going on. What would I value quad GAs with max trade at? Quad GA or what? That is an important question. On Exile. Well, that's at least a Lamborghini. Or otherwise 99 billion. What's the other thing killing us? Yeah, so apparently there's take damage while near shrines that someone said also killed them earlier. But I haven't seen a clip. Actually, Rescue without instance. I don't need to run like anything here. It's extremely difficult, man. I can't imagine how much I'm trying here. Look, man. Could barely defeat a Hellborn. Oh, there is all day. Yeah. I guess I'm just built different. That's how.
It is done.
Oh, Helms. Okay guys, it's 2:30. I think it's a bad angle, and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll actually be back relatively early tomorrow, because I will leave early. We have Maxroll meeting in the evening, and then I will work on YouTube and stuff. I'm not gonna come back, I guess, after the meeting. So I'll see you in the morning. Hope you enjoyed it. Gonna make boiler. Or do we have anyone else? Oh, okay. Have a good one, guys.